best in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, 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 oh. It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but always always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame. But truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Good to see you in chat. Thank you so much for being here. I just want to apologize for the last time we were live doing the JODI Arias thing, for having to cut out so quickly. I think it was JODI Arias. Maybe it was the other one. I don't know. It's all running together now. Everything's fine. We're fine. Thank God. The tornadoes were, well, you guys have already seen on the news, but my area did not get anything but a lot of really hard hail, but we were able to get our vehicles inside the garage quick enough. And my son's little town that he lives in, they did have a tornado touchdown, but other than siding off of his house, everything's fine. Same goes with my mother-in-law's house. There was a lot more siding off of her house, but everything's good. Nobody's hurt, and that's all that matters. Everything else can be replaced. Nobody cares. So thank you guys for that. So sorry about that. We're going to finish this up, you guys, tonight. I didn't come on last night because we were still in storms, and I didn't want to start something I couldn't finish. So that's why I wasn't here last night to finish it up, but we will finish this today. You will notice some of the stuff that I put up. It'll look like, wow, did we skip something? The only thing we're skipping, of course, is the sidebars. And also, it's going to kind of go by fast now. It's going to, you'll see when the days change, and then things like that. So if it gets too confusing about, wait, what just happened? Just put it in chat, and one of us will get to it. So welcome. Thank you guys for being here. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up. I would appreciate it so much. That's all I ever ask of the chat. I don't want your money. I don't even need you to subscribe if you don't want to. You don't have to do all that. Just hit the thumbs up for me. That will grow my channel, and the people who really want to be here will find their way here. And second and last, before we start this off, there is a poll in the chat, you guys. Please, your vote counts. Put your vote in there. Let us know which trial we're covering next. I will announce it on my community page tomorrow, because I've got to put up a community page for those that are sleeping right now that won't see this until replay. And then by the time replay plays, the voting will be closed on our live. So it will also be over on the community page. Tomorrow I will close it and then announce which one we're going to start and when we're going to start it. So I hope all that made sense to you guys. Thank you for being here. Let's do roll call and get right into it. Melly Joe is here. Good to see you, Love Bug. Melly Joe is our lead top mod. She handles all that, and I'm so grateful. Listen, it takes, in my channel, it does take all of us, even you, to make this work. Find your place, whether it's just in chat or something you are good at and can help out with. Listen, I'd appreciate it. This channel's about all of us. That's why all of our opinions matter. So there's that. Detour is here. Hello, good to see you. Sunshine, hello. Thank you for coming in. I heard the voice before. Seems familiar. Oh, so you guys, okay. All right. Yes, and Lunch Lady writes all the song for this community. She got tired. I was getting made fun of constantly. The first probably, what, Melly, 3 months, I played just StreamYard music. Oh, it was so terrible, but it's all I had. I didn't know how to make music. I didn't know how to do crap, but hit the go live thing. It's been a learning curve, and Lunch Lady got real sick of it real fast. And little do we know, Lunch Lady has always written music and poetry and things like that. So she's like, I got this. And she wrote, and this was before AI started writing everybody's music, y'all. She started writing it for us. And I mean, it was brilliant. So we've got a whole playlist of songs. And we're blessed. We're blessed to have us a lunch lady around here that does that. All right, y'all, let's just get right to it. I've got a bunch of tabs open. We finished off near at the closing arguments. Now, where this is going to pick up is, so Juan gave his closing statements to the jury, and then Kirk Nurmi, the defense, came up and gave his. And then again, Juan gets another shot at it. He gets a rebuttal. I don't think we're going to listen to the rebuttal, you guys. I haven't rested enough from listening to a whole night of closing arguments. How about you? So we're going to skip Juan's. We think we understand him. Believe me, by the end of this live tonight, you will be tired of Juan, because I have a couple things to show you guys at the end of this that I thought were really, really interesting. And so I'm skipping to that part. We're going straight in now to where the right at the end of Juan's, it's going to be right at the end of his rebuttal, because I thought what he was saying right at the end was really good. So we'll let that play out. And then from there, we're going into jury deliberations. And then after that, we're just going to keep going forward. As you guys know, the jury they deadlocked not once, but twice. So we're going to kind of go through. So what happens when they deadlock the first time? She's already convicted, right? They've already got her convicted, which I guess there's a spoiler alert. And then they go into the sentencing phase, and they cannot come to an agreement. So what happens then is you kind of go into a whole nother trial, but it's not as drawn out. You know what I mean? Like, they don't get everything. They don't get everything. They get the key top things. And JODI Arias also had the choice to get on the stand for the retrial, and she said no. She was like, no, ma'am, I'm not getting back on that stand, probably because she realized after that, after they convicted her, what's the point? That probably didn't work out the first time, won't work out the second time. So then you go into resentencing and again, closing arguments. We're not listening to them. We already know everything. We were in the first trial. So we're going to go to that, and then we're going straight to sentencing after that. And then we're going to watch the perp walk together when JODI Arias actually leaves the courtroom in shackles. All right, let's get to it. Thank you guys so much for being here. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up. I'd appreciate you so much. Trump USA, old cases, what the fuck? If it's not your jam, hey, don't hang around. That's okay with us. If it's your jam, then hang around. We're a cool bunch to be around, and we have a great chat here. So, go ahead and go over there, hit the button that says to become a creator, and then start your own cases, and then run the cases that you want to hear. How about that? All right, let's move along. Let me pull this up. Wait a minute. Hold on. That doesn't look right to me. Oh, that's because that is not right. Okay. Oh, I'm glad I didn't start that again. Oof. Mercy me. All right. Shit on a biscuit. Here we go, guys. All right. I found it. Like I said, this is the end of Juan Martinez's rebuttal. We already know it. We don't need to hear it again. All right. Here we go. Watch your ears, guys. I can't control your volume. I can only control this one.
It goes on that if you do find the elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and then it tells you how to decide this case if you find yourself in that position. It is the state's view that nothing in this case indicates that this was anything other than a slaughter, other than a premeditated killing of a guy, Travis Victor Alexander, who just didn't want to have anything to do with her. There's no indication here that he went to visit her. Yes, there was a telephone call that was made, and yes, they were enjoying, or he was enjoying himself, and apparently, according to what the phone call sounds like, she was enjoying herself. But what actually seems, or what is going on here, because we can say this as a result of the May 19th, 2008 instant message, is that Mr. Alexander had tired of her. And he knew of the history. He knew of the stalking behavior that she had, and he was done with her. And so he told her that he was done with her. And he also indicated that he was extremely afraid because of her stalking behavior. And he was prophetic in that. What ends up happening is that on May 26th, they have this argument. You've seen the argument. He says, it's the worst thing that's ever happened to him. And that's true. And so what ends up happening again is that it's as if he were pronouncing his own death sentence. And then she undertakes to carry this out. It isn't like he requested it. It isn't like he did anything other than attempt to sort of appease this woman that just wouldn't leave him alone. Whether it be by coming over, sleeping underneath the Christmas tree, taking a ring that didn't belong to her, peeping in his window, doing all of those things that she did, moving to Mesa after he broke up with her, or they broke up, going into his computer, hitting the backspace button, breaking into his MySpace account. All of those things indicate to you that her motivation for this was that she just wanted him. She came over, and what is one act of wanting an individual? Well, to demonstrate that you want an individual is you engage in sexual intercourse. And that's what she did on that particular day. She wanted him. She couldn't let him go. Even from Wairika, she couldn't let him go. There's never an indication that he said that he requested her to come there. Those are her words, and she kept saying them over and over like mantra. And so on that date, when she finally got there, she came ready to go. And by ready to go, I mean she brought over the weapons, and she spent some time with him. And then when he was in the shower, he was no match for her. And she took care of business. And you know how she took care of business. And because she took care of business, and because she stabbed him in the heart, and because she slashed his throat, and because she shot him in the face, and because she premeditated it, you now have a duty. And this duty requires you to take into account the jury instructions, and these jury instructions are not something that you can disregard. They're mandatory. Apply them to the facts, and the facts, again, involve an individual who has lied consistently throughout. And based on that, you are to reach a decision as to whether or not the defendant committed first-degree murder. In a circumstance like this, again, you can only make reference to what other people have said, perhaps with regard to other important times of their life. And there's a poet, John Donne, and again, it's just a reference to him. It's close to the quote, but the reference that I want to leave you with is that when you're involved in this sort of situation, you have to sit back and you think about it, and you think about what is going on. And he wrote, every person's death diminishes. So therefore, send no one to find for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
Objection, proper argument.
And in this case, what it's telling you is that you now have the burden to apply this and to the facts that were presented. And in doing so, I am asking you to return a verdict of first-degree murder. Not only of premeditated murder, but also of felony murder. Not because it's an emotional decision that I want you to reach like them by saying that something's nonsensical and that sort of thing, or making an argument just for its own sake. But because in this case, Travis Victor Alexander was slaughtered by this woman.
Objection, proper argument.
When she slashed his throat, she stabbed him in the heart, and then she shot him in the face. and all of that, thinking about it in advance. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn to page 2 of your jury instructions. I want to repeat 2 instructions I gave you yesterday. In their opening statements and closing arguments, the lawyers have talked to you about the law and the evidence. What the lawyers said is not evidence, but it may help you to understand the law and the evidence. Evidence means the testimony of witnesses and exhibits introduced in court. The law is the jury instructions, your final jury instructions. Now please turn to page 20. The case is now submitted to you for decision. When you go to the jury room, you will choose a foreperson. He or she will preside over your deliberations. I suggest that you discuss and then set your deliberation schedule. You are in charge of your schedule and may set and vary it by agreement and with approval of the court. After you have decided on a schedule, please advise the bailiff. As jurors, you have a duty to discuss the case with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach a just verdict. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you consider the evidence impartially with your fellow jurors. During your deliberations, you should not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you become convinced that it is wrong. However, you should not change your honest belief concerning the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You are to discuss the case and deliberate only when all jurors are together in the jury room. You are not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else during breaks or recesses. The admonition I have given you during the trial remains in effect when all of you are not in the jury room deliberating. After setting your schedule, I suggest that you next review the written jury instructions and verdict form. It may be helpful for you to discuss the instructions and verdict form to make sure that you understand them. Again, during your deliberations, you must follow the instructions and refer to them to answer any questions about applicable law, procedure, and definitions. Should any of you or the jury as a whole have a question for me during your deliberations or wish to communicate with me on any other matter, please utilize the jury question form that we will provide you. Your question or message must be communicated to me in writing and must be signed by you or the foreperson. I will consider your question or note and consult with counsel before answering it in writing. I will answer it as quickly as possible. Remember that you are not to tell anyone, including me, how you stand numerically or otherwise until after you have reached a verdict or have been discharged. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website such as Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, or Twitter to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. All 12 of you must agree on each verdict. You must be unanimous. Once all 12 agree on a verdict, only the foreperson need sign the verdict form on the line marked foreperson. You will be given one form of verdict. The verdict form reads as follows. Count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths, do find the defendant as to count 1, first-degree murder. Not guilty or guilty, you will check the appropriate box. Complete this portion of the verdict form only if you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. If your verdict is guilty of first-degree murder, indicate the number of jurors finding each type of first-degree murder. And there are 3 different elections to be made. The number of jurors finding only premeditated murder, the number of jurors finding only felony murder, and the number of jurors finding both premeditated murder and felony murder. The foreperson will then sign the verdict form and print his or her name. To be completed only if not guilty or undecided on count 1 first-degree murder. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths to find the defendant on the charge of second-degree murder as follows: not guilty or guilty. You will check the appropriate box. To be completed only if not guilty or undecided on count 1 second-degree murder. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths to find the defendant on the charge of manslaughter as follows: not guilty or guilty. The foreperson will then sign their verdict form and print his or her name. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there are 15 of you. At this time, the clerk will select the alternate jurors by lot.
Juror number 10.
Juror 10.
Juror number 17.
Juror 17.
Juror number 15.
Juror 15. All right, those of you who have been selected as the alternates, the admonition will continue to apply to you. If for some reason one of the sitting jurors cannot continue, you will substitute for a sitting juror. So I'm going to ask that the alternate jurors report back here on Monday at 9 a.m. and be present when the jury is deliberating. You will be seated in a special area. The bailiff will direct you where you should report. The admonition will continue to apply. All right, at this time, the bailiffs will be sworn.
You do solemnly swear to take charge of this jury and protect their deliberations from all outside interference, so help you God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may go back to the jury room and begin deliberating. The alternate jurors will also go back to the jury room, collect your things, and the bailiffs will show you where you will be reporting on Monday. You are excused. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand you have reached a verdict. The verdict form has been handed to the bailiff. Please come forward. The clerk will read and record the verdict.
The State of Arizona versus JODI Arias, verdict, count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn, in the above entitled action upon our oaths, do find the defendant as to count 1, first-degree murder, guilty. 5 jurors find premeditated, 0 find felony murder, 7 find both premeditated and felony. Signed, foreperson. Is this your true verdict? So say you want it all?
Ladies and gentlemen, the clerk is now going to ask each of you a question. Please answer yes or no.
Juror number 1, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 3, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 4, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 7, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 14, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 16, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 18, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next phase of the trial will begin tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Please be here at 12:45. Between now and then, the admonition continues to apply. Do not speak about this case. Do not view any media about this case. Are there any questions? You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Hold on just a minute, guys. All right, so we've gotten that. I think that's all I had on that one. Let me see if this is it. Hold on. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. Okay, hold on. Son of a biscuit eater, come on. Oh, it's rolling. Hold on, guys. I'm almost there. Hold on. Oh, mercy me. Hold on. No. All right, let me stop it right there. I figured it out. All right, so like I said, now they're in a whole rebuttal phase, right, you guys? And they just touched on hot topics. It wasn't a whole thing. JODI Arias refused to take the stand in the she was already convicted in the last one. So now they're trying to do the sentencing phase. They deadlocked. So now they're going to the second one where they had to retry it. We're not going to listen to all that. We already know everything about the case. So now we're just going to go towards the end of it because this is where they're going to allow JODI herself to talk to the jurors, and they are going to allow victim impact statements here. And then the jury's going to go back in and see if they can come up with a sentencing plan, which she is being, they tried her under the death penalty. And that's what's happening. They're deadlocking on the penalty. So that's why we have the retrial of the part of the sentencing. All right, so let's get to here. We'll listen to a little bit of Kirk Nermy's bullshit. This, I think, will be the last time we have to hear from him. And then we'll get to the sentencing. All right, here we go. Share that. I've got it. Okay. Can I fast forward this a little bit or make it speed up? I think this one is the one we can't speed up. All right, here we go, guys.
Again, as you process this information, understand that mitigating factors are factors to the basis for a life sentence instead of a death sentence.
Hi, Skit.
So when you hear this evidence, and keep in mind, when you hear from these witnesses and when you hear from Ms. Arias, this isn't about an excuse or a justification, but factors about Ms. Arias's character, her history, her record, or as you have heard, frankly, lack of record, and the circumstances of the offense that aren't an excuse or justifications, but fairness and mercy come into play in your moral assessment of what the right thing to do is. Fairness and mercy come into play. Now, listed before you are 8 mitigating factors. The defendant was 27 at the time of the offense, and she had no prior criminal history. You've heard evidence to that effect already. She was born on, there was a driver's license admitted of her birth date of July 9th, 1980. She has no prior criminal history. That was presented to you during the trial. Number 3, that she was a good friend. You will hear from 2 witnesses during this phase of the proceeding from Ms. Arias. You already met one, Daryl Brewer. You recall you met him back in January. He was the longtime boyfriend of Ms. Arias, and in fact, the one that preceded Mr. Alexander. You spent some time together. You'll hear about the role she played in his life and in his son's life as well. You'll also hear from a friend of hers, I don't quite say lifelong friend because they lost touch.
Will be read to you. Mr. Martinez?
Statements for admission of Exhibit 656 through 661.
Counsel, please approach. You may proceed.
The state requests that Stephen Alexander address the jury.
Mr. Alexander, please come forward.
My name is Stephen Alexander. Travis was my big brother. I was sleeping in after working a 12-hour graveyard shift in the Army. I woke up to the sound of my wife crying, walking up the stairs. I will never forget what she said. Samantha, I cannot tell him. You have to. My wife handed the phone to me. It was my sister, Samantha. She was crying hysterically. She told me, Stephen, Travis is dead. I thought I was dreaming. She didn't really have any details at the time. So I just gave the phone back to my wife. A few moments later, we found out he was killed. I remember walking out my back door, screaming, crying at the sky, asking why. Then I sank down into a corner and I cried some more. A while later, my commander called with the same news. I kept my composure, but in my head, I was reliving the same exact moment all over again. As soon as we hung up, I broke down again. I thought my brother was bulletproof. I thought he was stronger than anything. He couldn't be cut down or knocked down. He was in 2 motorcycle crashes and walked away unharmed. He wrecked several cars and nothing happened to him. He rolled a snowmobile and again, not a scratch. He was unbreakable. Who on earth would want to do this to him? For what reasons? He wanted to move forward in life, to better himself and only to help others. Why him? Unfortunately, I won't ever get the answers to most of my questions about my brother's death. Questions like, how much did he suffer? How much did he scream? What was he saying? What was the last thing he saw before his eyes closed? was his final thought in his head. The last time I saw my brother was Christmas of 2007. We had a really good time. A lot of our family was there. We played a bunch of family games. One in particular was the American Idol game. Travis kept beating everybody. The only way I could actually beat him was by singing a Kelly Clarkson song in a girl voice so I could hit all the notes.
Judge, if I may show Exhibit 666.
We had nicknames for each other, Stevis and Travhead. So he said, Stevis, it doesn't count because it's a girl song. I tend to disagree. He got to meet my daughter and hold her for the first time. He said, she was the most beautiful little girl he's ever seen. I never would have thought that would be the last time that I would see him. The nature of my brother's murder has had a major impact on me. It's even invaded my dreams. I have nightmares about somebody coming at me with a knife and then going after my wife and my daughter. When I wake up, I cannot establish what is real, what is a dream. I've even gone through the house, searching through rooms, shaking my family to wake them up to make sure that they are alive. My wife has woken me up out of nightmares because I was screaming in my sleep. It may sound childish, but I cannot sleep alone in the dark anymore. I've had dreams of my brother all curled up in the shower, thrown in there, left to rot for days, all alone. I don't want these nightmares anymore. I don't want to have to see my brother's murderer anymore. I don't want to hear his name dragged through the mud anymore. I've been hospitalized several times for ulcers and came very near to death. I've been on several different antidepressants. Unfortunately, none of them really worked. I wasn't able to be the husband my wife deserved. I distanced myself from everybody. My wife and I ultimately, we separated 2 years ago. And it was for a period of 2 years. My poor little girl had to be passed back and forth every week. And now, yet again, I have to be away from my wife and my child. It has been over 4 months now. I go home to California during the weekends. Every time I have to come back to Arizona, I see my little girl cry and beg me not to go. I miss them very much, and I cannot wait for this to end so that we can all get back to our lives. Travis used to write out his day on a flashcard. The last one he wrote said to call Stephen. I never got that call. He had been concerned about my health and wanted to fly me to his house and help me quit smoking. I never got to go. Now, when I want to talk or see my brother, I have to go to a 3.5 foot, 8 foot long, and 6 foot deep hole in the ground. He was meant to do so much more. He never got to live his dreams. he never got to meet his goals. In 2008, he wrote his affirmations on his blog. This year will be the best year of my life. This is the year that will eclipse all others. I will earn more, learn more, travel more, serve more, love more, give more, and be more than all the other years of my life combined. True, other years now past have been at times magnificent, but not like this. This is a year of metamorphosis, of growth and accomplishment that at previous times was unimaginable. A year where the impossible will become commonplace and the unachievable will become effortlessly achieved. Where I raise myself to heights only visited by the great men and women of this world doing this year will be the best year of my life. And how will I do this? Through compassionate service, random acts of kindness, unconditional love, and acknowledgement of the true source of all blessings with gratitude in my heart. And when I fail, I will learn from my mistakes. I will strengthen my resolve, be better than I was before. What will I do to improve my finances? I will work harder, yes, but more importantly, I will work smarter and learn to leverage myself and get more out of one day than I previously got out of a month. I will succeed through integrity and through the selfless service of others. Through the powerful forces and the structure of the mind, I will tap into the source of infinite intelligence and be more efficient in all my endeavors and be an exponentially greater asset to this world. I will love and then love more. I will serve and serve more. I will forgive and then forgive more. I will not let these thoughts fade, but instead remind myself of them daily and spend time visualizing myself in accomplishment of them until the day that my thoughts become reality. Then I will not stop, but press forward to new goals and new heights in my quest to change this world. I will be a published author, and effortlessly doing so what I was meant to do to better my life and the lives of others. I will associate with more successfully minded people to be a teacher as well as a student. I will travel this great country and this great planet, gaining rich experiences founded by very few. I will find an eternal companion that enhances me exponentially, and countless other goals that at one point I dared not even dream. 2008 will be the best year of my life, which will lay the foreground for 2009 to dwarf the accomplishments of 2008. This year will be the best year of my life, and I will succeed. I know Travis only hoped to change one life. He never would have thought he could change the world. People across the globe have been influenced by him. Travis believed every single one of us was created to be successful. We all have different lives and trials. We just have to get there. Travis has a legacy. It is up to us to make sure it survives. You were born to be great. It is your destiny. The difference between a stumbling block and a stepping stone is the character of the individual walking the path. Travis coined that philosophy. Those are Travis's words. That is the way my brother lived his life. That is the way he wanted to continue to live. That is how he wanted us to live. He will never get to do that because he was so brutally ripped out of this world, my world. Hopefully one day I can make him proud. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Next is Samantha Alexander.
Ms. Alexander, please come forward.
My name is Samantha Alexander. I am one of Travis's younger sisters. There are 8 siblings, 4 boys, 4 girls, and this tragedy has forever changed our lives. I'm going to do the best to speak on behalf of my family. My family that has been tortured by the loss of our beloved brother and family member. From a family of 8 siblings, we have always been there for each other, through the good times and the bad. We lost our father on Travis's 20th birthday, and our mother shortly after. And through this trying time in our lives, Travis was the one that got us through the pain and the hardship, because he was our strength.
Exhibit 659.
This is a picture of my grandmother. She is the one that raised Travis. My grandmother could not deal with loss, could not handle the reality of what happened. Travis being taken from us has put her over the edge, and her health eventually went into a downward spiral she never recovered from. Losing Travis has completely destroyed the overall health of our family. We lived a blessed life with our grandmother, and it was with insurmountable pain when our grandmother died shortly before jury selection of this trial. Travis was our strength, our constant beacon of hope, our motivation. And his presence has been ripped from our lives. His giving spirit, his determination for accomplishment, and his endless strength as the foundation of our family has been taken from us and never can be replaced. Something that we have all missed and will live the rest of our lives missing are our times together, especially during the holidays. Travis always gave us motivational books which are about saving the planet, 1,000 places to see before you die. It is sickening to think that he motivated us with topics he will never be allowed to live out. It's not just the holidays. But every day will never be the same. Our lives will never, ever be the same. Travis worked hard for everything he had. He never had any handouts. He never took anything for granted. Travis was not shy. He was full of life. If he were able to walk in this room, you would immediately feel his love and warmth. Travis would cry with you. He would laugh with you. He would joke with you, always lifting your spirits. Travis's greatest attributes were his ability to make others feel appreciated, accepted, and loved because he genuinely cared about making those around him feel good about themselves. His mission, Colorado, is a testament to this, as was volunteering to help the homeless by driving around in his Toyota Prius with our sister Tanisha, handing out care packages to the less fortunate, providing essential hygiene products, food items, and personalized message that he wrote on the brown paper bag that held his gift. He wrote, "The difference between a stumbling block and a stepping stone is the character of the individual walking the path." You see, Travis wasn't anything but a loving brother, son, grandson, and friend. He was our strength and our motivation to make our lives better than the ones we were born into. This is exactly why Travis was such an accomplished motivational speaker. It saddens and sickens us all that his potential was cut short, and our family and the world will never receive the full benefit of his goodness. Towards the end of May 2008, just a couple weeks before Travis was killed, he came to visit me at my house in Southern California. He was so excited to let me read his intro to the book he was writing, motivational book titled Raising You. Travis and I got into a deep conversation about our lives, our crazy childhood, our cockroach phobia. We both agreed no matter how miserable our lives were at times, our childhood is what made us who we are. Our childhood made us strong and able to conquer anything. This was the last time I saw Travis.
Was it number 660?
He talked me into taking this picture even though I was in PJs. It makes me cry every time I look at it. I'm so glad he talked me into taking this picture. I will cherish it for the rest of my life. Recalling the moment that I found out about my brother's death, I think of my ears ringing, my stomach burning, and this idea that this can't possibly be happening. On the morning of June 10th, 2008, I was on a river trip in Parker, Arizona. We were getting ready to take the boat out. I checked my voicemail before we went out for the day. There was a message from my grandmother. My heart sank into my stomach. She said, "Samantha, you need to call me back. It's very important." I could tell that she was crying, and I recognized her tone of voice from before. I knew that someone was dead. I called my grandma's house, and my sister Tanisha answered the phone. She screamed at me. She said, "Samantha, Travis is dead." I could barely breathe out the words, "What happened to him?" She told me that no one knew and the police didn't provide any details. To this day, my mind paints a picture of what happened the night Travis was taken. even though I try not to let it. Upon standing in the same exact spot where this horrific tragedy happened, when we had to go to Travis's house after the investigators were done, I felt the same sickening feeling. My ears ringing, burning stomach. My eyes were filled with tears where I could barely see. The thoughts of what Travis must have went through that day. The pain, the agony, the screams and fear that Travis must have felt when he was brutally being taken. We have been at this trial every day since it started. We have heard every detail about the crime and the injuries Travis suffered. I am a police officer, and some of these photos are more gruesome than I've ever seen in my 11 years of law enforcement. Our minds are permanently stained with the images of our poor brother's throat slit from ear to ear. Our minds are stained with the image of Travis's body slunk dead in the shower. Our family has bore the burden of extreme loss and financial hardship to be here, to see that Travis is not forgotten, and to ensure that his life was not lost in vain. From being away from our sons, our daughters, nieces, and nephews, to stepping down from opportunities in the workplace, to suffering from anxiety and severe depression, requiring many, like my grandmother, to submit to antidepressants and anxiety medication. Travis was the only family member that lived in Arizona, making it very difficult for us to be here. We have paid the ultimate price losing Travis. Each and every one of us have looked to Travis for support and words of guidance during times like this. None of us ever thought that he wouldn't be here when we needed him the most. To think that someone so loving, so caring, so giving could be taken from us, given the already tragic lives that we have lived. But to have Travis taken so barbarically is beyond any words we can find to describe our horrific loss. I cannot adequately express how much we will miss our brother. We will miss his contagious laughter, his singing voicemails, his jokes, his funny dances, his help in hard situations, his guidance when we are lost, his motivation, his insight, his huge smile.
Exhibit 661.
Him being there on the holidays. Travis was the glue in our family. Our family has not been together since Travis has been gone. It's simply too hard to think of that one empty chair. We miss his charisma, his goal to make someone feel good about themselves and to make someone smile, no matter who they are or what they look like. Travis had an incredible heart. He had a huge heart. And it was this huge heart and his kindness that will forever be missed. We were robbed of so many good memories, so many awesome moments with Travis. Our lives will never be the same. We can never get him back. We are so grateful for our wonderful brother, and we feel so lucky and blessed for the time we had with Travis, however short-lived. We would give anything to have him back. Anything. Thank you.
No one else, thank you.
The record will show the presence of the defendant and all counsel. The court has received a motion for mistrial for the sentencing phase and an objection to the motion for mistrial sentencing phase. Mr. Nurmi, you wanted these motions heard in open court. Do you have additional argument?
I do, Your Honor. I think the backdrop to this motion really begins with two motions that were decided before this trial began on January 2nd. The motion to Ms. Arias' objection to the media coverage to having live camera feed of this trial, as well as her motion to sequester the jury. Both those were denied in the face of case law designed to protect Ms. Arias' rights to a fair trial. We think because those were denied when this trial began on January 2nd of this year, what proceeded from that day on was not a fair trial, was not a trial that comported with the constitutional dictates because of those very reasons. Now, a lot of the reasons of what happened and some of the motions made and the corollaries to those earlier motions were done under seal. So I don't need to revisit those. However, this court had a duty to protect Ms. Arias' right to a fair trial and failed to do so time and time again. Once this trial started, the prosecutor, in violation of State v. Smith, disrespected defense counsel in front of the jury. In violation of in re Zawada, the state attacked expert witnesses in front of the jury with non-evidence designed to mislead the jury regarding the experts, attacking the messenger, not the message. Ms. Arias asked for mistrial at several points in time to do these clear violations, and this court ignored it. In between all these things that were going on, all in violation of Ms. Arias' rights, we have the issue of witness intimidation. Witness intimidation began almost the very day that Ms. Arias started a case, or at least those days when Ms. Arias wasn't on the stand. Ms. Arias made her record in that regard, and nothing was done. Now we're in a position where the intimidation continues. I have filed some exhibits. I asked, contemporaneous with this motion, I asked that they be filed under seal regarding the intimidation of Ms. Womack. The intimidation of Ms. Lila Violette has been documented under seal. Now we're in a situation, Judge, where a key mitigation witness, someone who knew Ms. Arias long before Mr. Alexander came along and came into her life, has been intimidated, and you can see from the letter, who feels that her life is being threatened to a point where she cannot come forward and testify on Ms. Arias' behalf. This is constitutionally unacceptable under Lockett and Eddings and the case law that we've laid before it. As I said in the motion, this court now, this is far from a trial that comports with constitutional realities. This cannot be.
All right, y'all, having watched this whole trial already, I'm just going to fast forward to any talking from this part. What had happened with somebody, one of her witnesses for some reason could not come to trial and testify. So they wanted this whole thing thrown out at the end after there was a deadlocked jury on the death penalty case. it's going to turn out that the judge is like, no, she had a legit reason why she could not come in here and testify. We're going on with this. So that's where we're at. And I'm going to fast forward through all of this. All right. Give me a second. Let's get to the next part. It's Juan making his rebuttal about that, why they should not throw the case out or throw out the trial because of it. And then the judge is going to rule on it, and then we're going to keep going. The judge is going to say, suck it.
All right, the record will show the presence of the defendant and all counsel. The court did meet in chambers ex parte, sealed proceeding with the defendant and counsel. Based upon information provided during that sealed proceeding, the court is going to adjourn for today, and allocution will occur tomorrow morning at 9:30. In addition, I did not address one of the requests in the defendant's motion regarding providing a statement to the jury regarding the reason Ms. Womack is not testifying during the penalty phase. Does the state wish to be heard?
I've indicated in my response that it would be improper since we really don't know the reason why she failed to show up and why she fails to want to testify. Additionally, my information, which I would have asked of her on the witness stand, would have been as to whether or not she believed or was in favor of testifying in this particular case because she believed that the defendant had a bad background, or so to speak, and she would have indicated that she believed that the defendant had a very good background growing up, and that she did not believe that there was anything in her background that would have called for leniency.
Mr. Nurmi?
Well, I'm not sure where those supposed facts came from, but be that as it may, Judge, I think we have a consistent with the mistrial motion. I know this court has denied, but at the time opening statements were made in this phase, we
That's her
believe
mother
the
and
jury
father.
was advised that they would be presented with these witnesses. Now they're being presented with none. One of the exhibits shows the exact reason why Ms. Womack is not present. So we believe such an instruction would be appropriate.
Again, the court is aware of a number of reasons Ms. Womack may not be present. I will read to the jury a modified statement. I will indicate she is unavailable, but I will not read the last sentence of the requested instruction regarding Ms. Womack. All right, is there anything else?
Yes, Judge, the other thing we'd be asking for, consistent with this court's ruling on both aspects of the motion for mistrial, the sentencing phase, we'd be asking a stay of these proceedings so we could seek special action relief.
Motion for stay is denied. All right, is there anything else for today?
If we may approach.
You may. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are unable to proceed today. Please return tomorrow morning at 9:30. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
All right, now I have to get through this one really quick, find out what this is about. We're into the penalty phase still. So hold on just a second. Let me mute my thing so that I can catch us up really quick to where we're at.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, we are where we're supposed to be. So let me go ahead and blow this up. Watch your ears. Now we get to hear from none other than JODI Arias.
Gentlemen, Ms. Arias had intended to present the testimony of Patricia Womack. Ms. Womack was supposed to testify regarding the abusive environment Ms. Arias grew up in, as well as the abuse she suffered as an adult. Ms. Womack is unavailable to testify. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant will now speak to you. This statement is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. Ms. Arias, you may proceed. You may proceed.
Some months back, while the first phase of this trial was ongoing, my mom visited me just like she'd been doing every week since trial began. She told me that after leaving the courthouse, she was idling at a stoplight and she happened to look over at the car next to her. And Travis's siblings were in that car. My mom and I were silent for a few moments when she finally voiced exactly what I was thinking. She said, "I know they're going through hell." Yet nothing drove that point home for me more than when I heard them speak last week. I never meant to cause them so much pain. When Stephen said he read on Travis's 3x5 card that it said "call Stephen" and that he never got that call, I know that's because of me. And when Samantha showed us the last picture that she took with Travis, I know it's because of me that will always be the last picture that she'll ever take with Travis. Throughout this trial, I've avoided looking at Travis's family for a variety of reasons that I won't go into. But I've wondered, where is his grandma? Is she here? I didn't learn until last week what happened to her. Samantha said that Travis was the glue to their family. Around Thanksgiving in 2007, Travis called me. He was really upset. He said his grandmother was ill and frail, and that he didn't know if she was going to make it. He said he didn't know what his family would do if she didn't make it because she was the glue to their family. To know now that both are gone and that I may have also inadvertently induced her passing destroys me. Every time I've had the thought or desire to commit suicide, there's one element that has almost always caused me to waver. They're sitting right over there. They're my family. At times, I've lost track of that element. For example, the incident I testified to when I took my razor apart at the Siskiyou County Jail. I managed to convince myself that they would get over the pain with time, and that in the long run, I was doing them a favor by unburdening them of my presence in their lives. I wrote a bunch of them goodbye letters, addressed specifically to each person, and in the letters, I didn't focus so much on explanations, but on how much and why I loved each of them. Then I wrote a general explanatory letter to help them understand my decision. At that time, I saw it as taking myself off of life support. I didn't know a lot of anything about prison at that time, and I didn't think it was fair to expect my family to have to support me for the rest of my life. I didn't know then that if I got life instead of death, I could become employed and self-reliant. I didn't know that if I got life, there are many things I can do to affect positive change and contribute in a meaningful way. In prison, there are programs I can start and people I can help, and programs that I can continue to participate in. I'll share a few examples that I thought of. A few months before trial, and by that I mean jury selection, my hair was past my waist, and I donated it to Locks of Love, the nonprofit which creates wigs for cancer patients who've lost their hair. In fact, that was my third donation to that organization since I was arrested. If I'm allowed to live in prison, I will continue to donate to that organization for the rest of my life. Over the years I've spent in incarceration, I've received many requests from women to teach them Spanish or American Sign Language. Because my case was pending, I just didn't have the time. In prison, I will. If I'm sentenced to life, I will live among the general population of women, and I'll be able to share my knowledge of those subjects with them, the ones who have the desire to learn also. I may even be able to start classes. If I get permission, I'd like to implement a recycling program. The women's prison in Goodyear houses thousands of women, and each week, huge loads of waste are hauled off to a landfill. A substantial portion of that could be kept out of landfill and recycled instead. It may even create new jobs for the people there. This is one small thing that could have a far-reaching and positive impact on the community and on the planet. There's a higher rate of illiteracy in prison than in everyday society. I know that reading has enriched my life by expanding my knowledge base and opening my eyes to new worlds and different cultures. I can help other women become literate so that they too can add that dimension to their lives. Along the lines of literacy, I'd like to start a book club or a reading group, something that brings people together in a positive and constructive way so that we can share and recommend other good books and stimulate discussions of a higher nature. Additionally, I've designed a t-shirt. This is the t-shirt, of which 100% of the proceeds go to support nonprofit organizations which also assist other victims of domestic violence. Some people may not believe that I am a survivor of domestic violence. They're entitled to their opinion. I'm supporting this cause because it's very, very important to me. These are only a handful of examples. I've never been to prison. I don't know from personal experience what it's like there. But I'm certain that after I arrive, I'll likely find many other ways in which I can contribute to the women there. I'd like to share with you now a few things about me and a few things about my family. When I was little, my mom took a lot of pictures of me. I'm her first child. She had her camera everywhere, and she would take a lot of pictures of me when I was first born. Salinas is near the coast, and so it seemed a lot of overcast days, but when it was sunny, she would take me out to the backyard and turn on the sprinkler so I could play. That's me attempting to dress myself. A few years later, Carl came along, my little brother, and we became inseparable. When we were little, my parents took us everywhere, including SeaWorld here and Hawaii. But my fondest memories with him are of us goofing off at home on a lazy Saturday, just making a mess of the living room in our pajamas. When I was 11 years old, and the slide is backward, I apologize. When I was 11 years old, my little sister, Angela, was born 4 weeks early. I think Carl's blinking here. I was so excited to have a baby sister. I watched my mom's stomach grow. I watched Angela come into this world. And after the doctor swaddled her, he turned to me and said to my mom and said, "Do you want to hold her first?" These are various school pictures. And on occasion, my family and I would get together for family portraits, such as these. In 9th grade, my family and I moved back to Wairika, but I still went back to Santa Maria periodically to visit friends. This is Patty. She was my best friend for years. She was here last week to testify on my behalf, as you heard Mr. Nermi tell you in opening statements. But she didn't return today because she and her 9-year-old daughter were threatened and harassed if she came back to the state. I'm 21 years old here. After I moved out of my parents' house at age 17, my relationship with my dad improved a little. This is my grandma and her twins. My aunt is on the left and my mom's on the right. These are my parents when they were just a little bit younger. This is Bobby and I. It's a little out of order chronologically. We're hanging out in our dirty little rundown house in Montague that I had mentioned previously. At times we lived there without power and phone. The winters were freezing. We could see our breath inside the house. My parents did not support this relationship, and we were young and just trying to figure out life on our own. When I see this picture, I'm reminded of that quote by Charles Dickens when he says, "They were the best of times, they were the worst of times." We're smiling here, and this picture to me signifies that. It was a difficult relationship, but Bobby will always be special to me. I'm 21 here. This is a photo of Matt McCartney and I, taken a few months after we broke up, a few months after he moved down to Big Sur where I was working at Ventana. As you know, we remained friends, and on this day we utilized Ventana's company passes to tour the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Daryl and I began seeing each other a little over a year after that. In this photo, I'm coming out of a redheaded stage that I went through for a few years. This is one of my favorite pictures of Daryl and me. We were at Chivo's, a restaurant in Monterey, where our friend Tony and his band were playing blues and reggae live. He dedicated songs to us and we danced. Daryl was a good dancer. When we began dating, we started a yearly tradition in which we'd go camping every summer at this remote little campground. It's called Kirk Creek. It's south of Big Sur, in an area that the locals call the South Coast. This is Daryl, Jack, and I at Ventana. It's hard to see in this photo, but the ocean is in the background. It's on the terrace. After we bought our house in Palm Desert, we sought out some snow in the nearby mountains that first winter. We settled in and made a little life for ourselves for that spending time. Jack was always with us on the weekends. He took that picture of me. I made friends with my coworkers, and sometimes we go out after a shift just to chill and hang out. Daryl and Jack and I did a lot of things together. Here we rode the aerial tram in Palm Springs to the top of the San Jacinto Mountains. Daryl's ex-wife took this picture. We were all at Chuck E. Cheese's celebrating Jack's 7th birthday. Jack and I bonded. He's a great kid. I haven't seen him since June 3rd, 2008. I hear he's much bigger now, taller than me. My family and I still got together periodically for group portraits. These were taken at a park in Rodrigo. In 2010, my little sister gave birth to this beautiful little girl on the right. The tiny premature baby that I witnessed come into this world now has a baby of her own. She's a mature, responsible, dedicated mother. She's also engaged to a wonderful man. And his daughter, this gorgeous girl on the left, is my niece's new big sister. I've met these girls only through a thick pane of glass. They get along like they've always known each other. I won't be at my sister's wedding when she ties the knot next year. And I won't be her wedding photographer like we had always talked about. The same is true for my brother Carl. The boy I grew up with became a family man. He and his wife married in 2010. I wasn't there to celebrate with them, and I wasn't there to take their pictures, and I have no one to blame but myself. A few weeks before trial, they welcomed this precious little baby into the world. I haven't met her yet. Until a few weeks ago, I had huge hopes of becoming a part of these girls' lives someday. My nieces are the closest I'll ever come to motherhood, because I'm not going to have children of my own. I'm not going to become a mother. Because of my own terrible choices, I've had to lay that dream to rest. You've heard before that I'm an artist. As it now stands, I'll never create another oil painting. But these are some of my drawings. I'm pretty good with hands and nature. And Western portraits. There's Frank Sinatra, Elvis Presley, Elizabeth Taylor. This picture is a little distorted. This is my niece when she was a bit younger, playing the piano, while attempting to play the piano. My family and I have a lot of memories, especially ones like this at Christmas. We won't be creating any more of these kinds of memories together. This is how I used to spend the holidays with my family. It was Carl's idea to hold my portrait in this Christmas family photo taken a few years ago. My parents were there, my siblings were there, my brother's wife was there. From now on, this is how my family is going to spend the holidays with me. Following my arrest, I wanted so much to avoid trial. Not necessarily the outcome, although that's naturally not something I was looking forward to, but trial. All of the graphic, mortifying, horrific details paraded out into a public arena. Instead, I was hoping to go quietly into the night, whether off to prison or the next life. But with the amount of attention my case received early on, I felt in my ignorance that it was necessary to speak out. I got on TV and I lied. I lied about what I did, and I lied about the nature of my relationship with Travis. It's never been my intention to malign his name or character. In fact, it was a goal of mine to preserve his reputation. I didn't want to drag out Travis's skeletons or mine and explain my experiences with them. I didn't want to unveil all of those ugly text messages and emails and that awful tape. All these things which now stand as a public and permanent testimony of the darker aspects of our relationship. To 18 strangers, in front of Travis's family, in front of my family, in front of what feels like the whole world. It's never been my intention to throw mud on Travis's name. When I took the stand, I was obligated to answer the questions posed to me. And if you'll remember, many times I was quick to defend him in the same breath. I loved Travis, and I looked up to him. At one point, he was the world to me. This is the worst mistake of my life. It's the worst thing I've ever done. It's the worst thing I ever could have seen myself doing. In fact, I couldn't have seen myself doing it. Before that day, I wouldn't even want to harm a spider. I'd gather them up in cups and put them outside. To this day, I can hardly believe I was capable of such violence, but I know that I was. And for that, I'm going to be sorry for the rest of my life. Probably longer. I was horrified by what I'd done, and I'm horrified still. In many ways, my family has also suffered a great loss. Their pain is fresh because they only learned about it 2 weeks ago, the moment the verdict was read. The moment their hopes of ever welcoming me home someday were dashed. My dad, who's here today, was in California, awaiting anxiously in front of the TV. My mom came to visit me after court that dark day. She had spoken to my dad on the way over, and she told me that in the 34 years that they've been together, she's never heard him cry the way he did that day. I've caused that pain. I've caused them to hurt that way. And I will concede that with Travis's family, theirs is a much greater loss, and I can never make up for it. It's my hope that with the verdict you've rendered thus far, that they will finally gain a sense of closure. Stephen said he doesn't want to look at his brother's murderer anymore. If I get life, he won't have to. I've made many public statements that I would prefer the death penalty to life in prison. Each time I said that, though I meant it, I lacked perspective. Until very recently, I could not have imagined standing before you all and asking you to give me life. To me, life in prison was the most unappealing outcome I could possibly think of. I thought I'd rather die. But as I stand here now, I can't in good conscience ask you to sentence me to death because of them. Asking for death is tantamount to suicide. Either way, I'm going to spend the rest of my life in prison. It'll either be shortened or not. If it's shortened, the people who will hurt the most are my family. I'm asking you, please, please don't do that to them. I've already hurt them so badly, along with so many other people. I want everyone's healing to begin, and I want everyone's pain to stop. Thank you.
Members of the jury, at this phase of the sentencing hearing, you will determine whether the defendant will be sentenced to life imprisonment or death. The law that applies is stated in these instructions, and it is your duty to follow all of them whether you agree with them or not. You must not single out certain instructions and disregard others. You must not be influenced at any point in these proceedings by conjecture, passion, prejudice, public opinion, or public feeling. You are not to be swayed by mere sympathy not related to the evidence presented during the penalty phase. You must not be influenced by your personal feelings of bias or prejudice for or against the defendant or any person involved in this case on the basis of anyone's race, color, religion, national ancestry, gender, or sexual orientation. Both the state and the defendant have a right to expect that you will consider all the evidence, follow the law, exercise your discretion conscientiously, and reach a just verdict. I do not mean to indicate any opinion on the evidence or what your verdict should be by any ruling or remark that I have made or may make during this penalty phase. I am not allowed to express my feelings in this case, and if I have shown any, you must disregard them. You and you alone are the triers of fact. As jurors, you have a duty to discuss the case with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach a just verdict. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you consider the evidence impartially with your fellow jurors. During your deliberations, you should not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you become convinced that it is wrong. However, you should not change your honest belief concerning the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinions of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You are to apply the law to the evidence and this way decide whether the defendant will be sentenced to life imprisonment or death. The evidence you shall consider consists of the testimony and exhibits the court admitted in evidence during all of the three phases of this trial. It is the duty of the court to rule on the admissibility of evidence. You shall not concern yourselves with the reasons for these rulings, circumstances, in considering the appropriate sentence. You also may consider anything related to the. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Wilmot, you may proceed.
People are far better than their very worst deed.
Do you guys want to listen to re-closing arguments? Re-closing arguments. Do you guys want to listen to it? I don't have a say one way or the other, but if you guys are tired and you just want to get to the end of this, because we already know how it ends, but then that's fine. I'll sit here and listen to it with you guys. No. Okay. Let me get past it then.
And Jodi, the type of person who commits a crime and gets a second chance, gets a third chance. Day in, her, God was so good. No, it would be great to have a
Rest, she had been criminal. There is a nothing, and I was in with you. Is that
told her that she was in prison.
Your foreperson will continue to preside over your deliberations. You should discuss and then set your deliberation schedule. You are in charge of your schedule and may set and vary it by agreement and with approval of the court. After you have decided on a schedule, please advise the bailiff. After setting your schedule, I suggest that you next review the written jury instructions and verdict form. It may be helpful for you to discuss the instructions and verdict form to make sure that you understand them. Again, during your deliberations, you must follow the instructions and refer to them to answer any questions about applicable law, procedure, and definitions. You are to discuss the case and deliberate only when all jurors are together in the jury room. You are not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else during breaks or recesses. The admonition I have given you during these proceedings remains in effect when all 12 of you are not in the jury room deliberating. My previous instruction regarding how to communicate with me still applies during your deliberations. Should any of you or the jury as a whole have a question for me during your deliberations or wish to communicate with me on any other matter, please utilize the jury question form that we will provide you. Your question or message must be communicated to me in writing and must be signed by you or the foreperson. I will consider your question or note, and if necessary, consult with counsel before answering it in writing. I will answer it as quickly as possible. Remember that you are not to tell anyone, including me, how you stand, numerically or otherwise. Retire to begin your deliberations. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I have received your note indicating that you are unable to come to a unanimous decision. I have some suggestions to help your deliberations and not to force you to reach a verdict. I am merely trying to be responsive to your apparent need for help. I do not wish nor intend to force a verdict. Each juror has a duty to consult with one another, to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. No juror should surrender his or her honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of other jurors or for the purpose of reaching a verdict. However, you may want to identify areas of agreement and disagreement and discuss the law and the evidence as they relate to the areas of disagreement. If you still disagree, you may wish to tell the attorneys and me which issues, questions, law, or facts you would like us to assist you with. If you decide to follow this suggestion, please write down the issues, questions, law, or facts on which we can possibly help. Please give your note to the bailiff. We will then discuss your note and try to help. At this time, please go back to the jury room and continue deliberating. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
All right, we're on the record. Record will show the presence of the defendant and all counsel. The court has received a juror question. It has been marked as juror question number 3. All counsel have had an opportunity to review the question as well as the proposed response. Is there any objection from the state to the proposed response?
No.
Any objection from the defense?
None, Your Honor.
All right, the juror question and response will be returned to the jury by the bailiff. All right, anything else at this time?
No.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand you have reached a verdict. The bailiff will please approach with the verdict. The clerk will read and record the verdict.
State of Arizona versus JODI Arias, sentencing verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths, unanimously find, having considered all of the facts and circumstances, that the defendant should be sentenced. No unanimous agreement. Signed, foreperson. Is this your true verdict? So say you want to know?
Yes.
Bailiff will ask the clerk will ask each of you a question. Please answer yes or no.
Juror number 1, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 2, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 3, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 4, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 7, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 14, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 16, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 18, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
It is ordered declaring a mistrial as to the penalty phase. Will be ordered setting a retrial on the penalty phase for July 18th in this division. It is ordered setting a status conference in this division on penalty phase matters for June 20th at 8:30 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the participants in this trial, I wish to thank you for your extraordinary service to this community. This was not your typical trial. You were asked to perform very difficult responsibilities. The admonition is now lifted. You are free to talk about the case or not talk about it as you wish. I will be back shortly to personally thank each of you for your service. You are excused.
Please stand for the verdict.
All right, y'all, we're going to stop it right there. Like I said, jury is dismissed. They deadlocked twice. Now it is up to the judge. We are once again going to hear victim impact statements. So the reason why Jodi, I think some people were weirded out about that and stuff, and I had to do some research on it. The reason why Jodi was allowed to speak up for herself like that was because the jury had deadlocked. And if the jury had come up with, that they didn't agree with the death penalty, or they did, none of that would have happened. They would have went straight to sentencing. So because that didn't happen, the prosecution, oh, there's a spider. I'm not like Jodi, y'all. I'm not going to put a cup on that spider at all and set it free outside, because that little son of a bitch is going to find its way back into my house. And that's a negative here. I don't do spiders. No, negative. I'm probably the only person that will ever tell you that I, fucker, would, it's okay, little girl. I would absolutely do a snake in my house before I would ever consider a spider, because I can see a snake coming. All right, back to this. Sorry, got a little off topic there, but can't we have no spiders in your house, y'all? In a hoot and a holler. So now the judges let them go. They're done. They're finished. They're not going to go into a third whole trial mess thing, right? You get 2 chances and that's it. Then it becomes up to the judge. So I'm going to pull up now so we can hear that. Hold on just a minute. Oh yeah. So now you're going to see Jodi looking different. Jodi has to come in now, not in street clothes, but in her prison garb, because she is a convicted killer at this point. She just has not been sentenced for her part, or for killing Travis Alexander. So Jodi's going to look a little bit different in this, and I think it's a good look for Jodi. So let me pull this up. Yep, that right there. And you guys watch your ears. Let me stop right there. Again, we're going to hear from Travis's family again.
Proceed with sentencing. There's no legal reason not to.
All right, please state your true and correct name. Your true and correct name.
JODI ARIAS,
Your date of birth.
7/9/80.
On May 8th, 2013, a jury returned a verdict of first-degree murder of Travis Alexander. On May 15, 2013, the jury returned a verdict finding the aggravating circumstance that the murder was especially cruel. Both penalty phase trials ended in the court declaring a mistrial. It is now time for entering judgment and sentence. For count 1, it is the judgment of the court that the defendant, JODI Arias, is guilty of the crime of first-degree murder, a Class 1 felony that occurred in Maricopa County on June 4, 2008. It is a dangerous, non-repetitive offense under the criminal code in violation of the statutes ARS 13-1101, 1105, 701, 702, 703, 703.01, 703 F6, 704, 751, 752, and 801. The defendant waived a pre-sentence report. The court has considered the evidence presented at all phases of the trial. The court has received a sentencing memorandum from the defendant. The defendant has been in custody 2,463 days. Is that correct? Counsel?
No reason to dispute, Your Honor.
All right, with regard to restitution, on Friday, the court received a motion for restitution filed under seal with receipts. The court has discussed the request for restitution with counsel. There is no stipulation. The court will set a restitution hearing for June 8th at 8:30 a.m. in this division.
Your Honor, it just occurred to me, and I will be asking to withdraw subsequent to these proceedings, but I will be out of state on June 8th, so I would not be available if that motion is not granted.
All right. The state indicated June 1st would also work. Will that work for you, Ms. Wilmot?
I believe it should, Judge.
All right, we're going to set a restitution hearing for June 1st at 8:30. The court is retaining jurisdiction over restitution. Ms. Arias, you have a right to be present at any restitution hearing the court sets. If you wish to be present, I will order that you be transported from the Department of Corrections to participate in that hearing. Your other option is to waive your presence and allow counsel to represent you at that hearing. What would you like to do? Be present or waive?
May I have just a second?
Yes.
I'd like to waive my presence.
The minute entries shall so reflect. You may be seated. Mr. Martinez, do any of the victims wish to be heard?
They do. The first individual who will address the court is Heather Schaefer.
Ms. Schaefer, please come forward. Right up to the podium, please. Begin by telling us your name.
Heather Schaefer. And I have a picture that I would like to put up, but so I don't know how to turn it on.
All right, we don't have the system on, so we'll need just a moment.
Your Honor, before we begin, did the court also receive letters submitted on behalf of Ms. Arias?
No,
They were emailed directly to you on Friday.
I have not seen them. Do you have a hard copy?
I do.
I will need to take a brief recess to review these letters before the sentencing concludes.
All right.
Ms. Schaefer.
Good morning, Judge Stevens. My name is Heather Schaefer. I am Travis's aunt. This is a picture of how I would like to remember my nephew, his trusting eyes, his effervescent personality, and his charming smile. Instead, I will be forever haunted by visions of his frantic and impossible attempts to cry out for his life through a severed windpipe. I have been beside Travis's 5 siblings since his death in 2008, and while offering emotional support, we've lived together, sharing a rented home in Arizona throughout the guilt phase and both penalty phases. Along with the rest of our family, I have suffered great sorrow and pain during these trials. We have heard countless indignities and unfounded accusations that have besmirched Travis's good name, reputation, and moral character. I've seen heinous pictures of my nephew, which I will never be able to erase from my mind. My residence is in Cincinnati, Ohio, and I have spent countless hours and substantial amounts of money commuting back and forth to the trial. I found it necessary to step down from my position as a Starbucks store manager so I could dedicate my time and support to my nieces and nephew throughout this trial, which now has been ongoing for over 2 years. The events resulting from the slaughter of my nephew have entirely overshadowed the relationship I have with my nuclear family. Over the past nearly 7 years, I have missed numerous events and family outings that I can never replace, and my marriage has also suffered. All of us My husband, my children, my nieces, my nephew, and myself will never be the people we were before June 4th, 2008, when JODI Arias savagely murdered my nephew, Travis Alexander. We all have a deep and unending sadness, which will be with us the rest of our lives. We have problems relating to our significant others and our friends who have never experienced such a senseless and horrific death of a loved one. We will never again be able to look at family photos of Travis and not think of his butchered, nearly decapitated body left to rot. Judge Stevens, I humbly implore you to sentence this unrepentant murderer to the maximum sentence of natural life, so she will never, ever again have that opportunity to destroy more innocent lives like she did to us and to Travis. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement.
The next person to speak is Hillary Wilcox. She is Mr. Alexander's sister.
Hi, my name is Hillary Wilcox. I'm Travis's little sister. I loved my brother very much, and I miss him so much. Travis was not only my brother, but we were really close friends. I looked up to him. When we got married, my family didn't have a lot of money, and he willingly paid for part of it. My dad was not alive at that time also. And so instead of having a daddy-daughter dance, I had my dance with him. So Travis and I had many of the same goals. He wanted to get married. He wanted a family. I am married, and I have a family that my brother never got to meet. My brother actually never knew that I was going to be able to have kids because I was having major difficulties having kids. He never gets to meet my children. It devastates me that my kids will never get to play with his kids, that they can't grow up together. Throughout all of this, many other people have told me that I have been so strong, that I've handled this with grace. And I feel that I have. I've been blessed to be a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And no doubt my faith has helped me through this. Like I said, I have a family. I'm a mother. I had to be strong. I couldn't let this affect my family. I couldn't let this affect my kids or let it affect my marriage. But none of this has been easy for me. With great sacrifice and pain to myself, I've done my best to block my brother from my life. I don't want to remember him anymore. Because it hurts too much to remember him alive. Because if I remember him, I remember how he was brutally taken from us. And I can't handle it. This is what I've had to do so I can cope, so I can handle it. I hate that she has taken my past of my brother and also my future memories of him. I do have moments of weakness, and most of the time during those weaknesses, I'm in the shower. And I know it's because that's where
She killed him. So I had to shake it out of my head and quickly get out of the shower. Just Stevens. I know you've seen the pain that she put my brother through and how she smeared his name falsely. And I hope that you've seen the pain that she put our family through. And I hope that you can give her the max sentence that you possibly can give her because she deserves nothing more. And I thank you for that consideration.
Thank you for your statement. Mr. Martinez.
Next to address the court is Tanisha Sorensen.
Good morning, Judge Stevens.
Good morning.
My name is Tanisha Sorensen, as I'm sure you know by now. I am one of Travis's little sisters, the one closest in age to him. I've been here every single day of this painstaking trial, just as you have. So I'm sure you know this is no easy task. Every single day that I've sat here has been very painful and wearing on my spirit. Viewing my brother's autopsy photos, hearing the lies, has just been about all I can take. I didn't choose to be here. I didn't ask to be here, but I'm here for one reason only, and that's to seek justice for my beautiful, sweet, caring, amazing brother. I didn't want to be the girl whose brother was brutally murdered. I didn't want to sit here day in and day out hearing the details of my brother's body being tortured. I didn't ask for my life and that of my siblings to be put on blast by every social media network and on every news channel. I didn't want to turn on the TV and watch my family suffering and seeing myself suffer because of the actions of pure evil. I see the pain in our faces and the tears we've cried, and it never stops. My family has had to deal with the torment and agony that she has caused, and we will for the rest of our lives. I've continually been harassed by a small group of people that in my mind are just as evil as the one who has done this. These people support her actions and send me pictures of my brother's dead body and his autopsy photos, his blackened face and his slit throat to my email on my Facebook page. These same people said they were going to stand outside the courthouse today to harass me and my family, all because we were fighting for justice for our brother Travis. I did not ever think we would be victimized over and over again just for coming here and wanting justice for a man I loved and cared about. A man who was my brother and my protector. A man who deserved to be living now as I speak. Travis Victor Alexander should be alive today. And I shouldn't have to be here today, begging for justice to be served and handed down. This person who has decided to take the role of God needs to suffer the consequences of her own actions. She has come up with lie after lie, more stories and then new stories. Travis should have died in a much later life, long after he became a husband, a father,
a grandfather, and maybe even a great-grandfather. He should have been able to see the 1,001 places that he dreamed of seeing, but instead he was brutally murdered by a jealous, obsessive person that decided for herself that if she couldn't have him, nobody else would. This person who once said she couldn't think of anyone that didn't love Travis, that if she killed Travis, she would beg for the death penalty. The one who wrote in her journal that the person who did this sickening crime deserved a needle in their arm. What happened to that? What happened to that? This road to recovery and repair our family is going on will continue. It doesn't end here. I just want to leave this courtroom in Arizona and this evil that sits in this room behind me. I want to remember my brother, Travis Victor Alexander, as a man he was, a man of service, a man of love and inspiration, a man of God, a man who cared so much for others. I want to lay my head down at night knowing his murderer will pay for his senseless murder at Perryville prison for the rest of her life, please. I have prayed every single day before court that she would just come clean and tell the truth. Stop murdering my brother again and again by smearing his name. That she would just tell the truth. I hope that she would have some remorse. But she has shown no mercy on Travis nor our family. And what I'm asking of you, Judge Stephen, is please don't spare her any mercy in her sins today. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement.
And last, Samantha Alexander.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I gave an impact statement at the first penalty phase on behalf of my entire family. That statement was extremely filtered due to the rules of speaking to the jury. With that being said, the statement is more personal to me and my experience and a little less filtered. I wanted to start out by talking about the last day I saw Travis. Towards the end of May of 2008, just a couple of weeks before Travis was killed, he came to visit me in my home in Southern California. He was so excited to let me read the intro to his book that he was writing titled Raising You. This was his attempt to inspire and help more people to become the best person they could be, no matter who they are or where they came from. The intro to the book detailed our childhood, what we overcame, how we would not change a single thing about it. Travis and I got in a deep conversation about our life, our crazy childhood, horrible, unexpected deaths we endured, including both of our parents at a young age. We both agreed that no matter how miserable our lives were at times, our childhood is what made us who we are. Our childhood made us strong and able to conquer almost anything. Our childhood gave us no choice but to rise above our surroundings, change the cycle, and become successful. Travis made the best of the cards he was dealt and became a successful motivational speaker. He wanted to share with the world that you can do anything despite your surroundings. You can be anything you want to be. That was the sole purpose of his book. My brother shared the sad details of our childhood to help others. He exposed private details of our lives growing up to make a difference and motivate others in theirs. I am disgusted that Jodi used his words of encouragement, the words that he wanted to use to help others that were struggling, to assist her in her absolutely ridiculous defense. Ironically, before Travis left my house that day, We got into a crazy discussion about the deaths we've endured at such a young age. We both shared the fear of losing another family member. It made me so sick to my stomach to even imagine going through another death. I told him I probably couldn't handle it, and he said the same. That was the last time I saw him. I think back about that last conversation we had about death. I think about how horrible and sick I got when we were talking about it. Little did I know, just a couple weeks later, my entire life would be turned upside down. This is one of the worst possible things I can imagine. The day I found out about Travis's death was the morning of June 10th. I was on a river trip with my boyfriend and best friends in Parker, Arizona. I checked my voicemail because I had bad reception on the water and we were getting ready to take the boat out. The first message was my little sister, Hillary. She sang some funny song and I was busting up laughing. The next message was my grandmother. My heart sank into my stomach and I immediately had a burning sensation in my gut. She said, "Samantha, you need to call me. It's very important." I recognized her tone of voice from before when I knew somebody was dead. I called my grandmother's house and Tanisha answered the phone. She screamed. She said, "Samantha, Travis is dead." I could barely breathe out the words, "What happened?" And nobody knew. She said he was found in the bedroom and the police couldn't provide any details. I was on the verge of puking. I couldn't believe my own ears. I remember hoping I'd wake up from a horrible nightmare, but I wasn't sleeping, and the nightmare was real. After several hours of waiting, I found out that Travis had been murdered and that he had been shot and stabbed several times. I was sick. I could barely breathe. I kept thinking, how could this happen? What monster would do this to him? We packed up and left the river immediately. My boyfriend drove me to Mesa because I was too out of my mind to drive myself. I just couldn't wrap my brain around it. I kept thinking, who would do this? Who would do this? Why Travis? And why my family again? It was the worst feeling of my entire life. It was worse than all the other deaths combined. I felt so hopeless. Could not believe that there was someone out there roaming free that committed this heinous crime against my brother. I started calling friends of Travis's, asking questions. Everyone said the same thing. Travis didn't have enemies. The only person they could think of was his stalking ex-girlfriend, Jodi. All fingers pointed to her. I remember who she was because Travis called me asking law enforcement advice. I believe that he said he believed that Jodi slashed his tires twice in 2 different locations. After remembering that, it completely clicked in my head, and I knew in my heart, within a matter of hours of finding out about Travis's death, that Jodi was the one that murdered my brother. We arrived to Mesa late on June 10th. After 3 days of waiting, we got a call that the crime scene was cleared, and we were allowed to enter Travis's home. I remember being so sick to my stomach, knowing I was about to walk into the place my brother was brutally murdered in. We walked in the front door, everything looked pretty normal. We started to walk up towards Travis's bedroom, and I could barely breathe. My poor little sister, Hillary, couldn't even go in the room. I remember the first step I made in his room, reality set in. I immediately noticed a large piece of carpet missing from the floor. I saw a hole cut into the wall in the hallway leading to his master bathroom. I looked down the hallway, knowing where the shower was, and my heart sank. My stomach started burning, my ears started ringing, and I could barely hear. My mind immediately started to paint a picture of what happened the day that my brother was brutally murdered. I was so sick. I was standing in the same exact place the horrific fight took place. I could imagine the pain, the agony, the screams, and the fright that my brother was going through, what was going through his head when he was losing the fight of his life. I walked down that bathroom hallway where it was obvious the main crime scene occurred. And I looked at the shower where I knew he was found. My eyes filled with tears, and I instantly started picturing my poor brother's dead body in the shower. He was there for 5 days. 5 days. He was there, decomposing in the shower. I'm sure his soul was screaming for someone to find him. It made me so sick to think that I was having the time of my life at the river while my poor brother lay dead in the shower. After regrouping, we started to pack up the house. We packed up for 3 days straight. I remember when it would get dark, we were scared someone was going to come back and try to attack us. We were so scared of our own shadows, but we finally got it done. Travis's friends had a memorial for him before we left town. It was amazing. There were hundreds of people there that loved Travis. So many came up to my sister Hillary and I and gave us huge hugs saying how sorry they were and told us what an amazing brother we had. One person at the memorial stood out like a sore thumb. I recognized her from pictures that Travis had showed me before. It was JODI. She had that evil smirk on her face that's similar to her booking photo. I remember getting the chills because she was within a few feet of me and I suspected that she did it. So helpless. Deep down, I knew that she killed my brother and I couldn't do anything about it. I didn't want to go to jail or hell because of what she did. So I put my faith in the justice system. On July 15, 2008, 36 days after we found out about my brother's death, 42 days after he was murdered, I received a phone call from Detective Flores. He told me that he had arrested JODI for the murder of my brother. It was the worst weight of our lives, not knowing if anyone was ever going to get arrested for what happened, not knowing if we were next to be attacked, not knowing anything except the horrible injuries my brother sustained and how he must have suffered. I feel so sorry for anyone that has ever walked or will ever walk in those shoes. I had a sense of relief due to the arrest and a sense of rage. I found out that what I suspected all along was correct. I cannot believe that not only did she do this to my brother and left him there to rot, not only did she act as if she had no idea, she had the audacity to go to his memorial in Mesa with a smirk on her emotionless face as if she was envying her work. This person had the nerve to send my grandmother flowers 2 days after Travis was found, expressing what a good man my brother was and how sorry she was for our family. She had the nerve to write my family a letter on Travis's 31st birthday, the first birthday he didn't get to celebrate. She explained how sorry she was. She wrote about what a great man my brother was and how she owed him her life. She described the bandit story in full detail. She expressed so much remorse about not being able to save Travis, defeat those evil monsters, and for leaving him there to die. She explained that they threatened to kill her and her family if she called the police. She claimed she was wrongly accused and the real monsters that were responsible for this heinous crime are still out there and that they needed to be brought to justice. She said these monsters deserve the death penalty. If there is one thing I can agree with JODI on in that letter, is that the monster responsible for this, the monster that did this to my brother, deserves the death penalty. I have not had a good night's sleep since my brother was murdered. The endless trial made us hear the graphic details of the murder over and over. The images of my poor brother's dead body will never go away. The justice system has completely failed us over and over. It disgusts me how many rights the defendant has. The victim's rights are a joke in comparison. With that being said, I understand the decisions you made in this trial. I understand why you allowed the delays by the defense. I have seen the public backlash because of it. I am so sorry that you had to go through this experience, not only once, but twice. After the hung jury of the first trial, if there was an option for you to sentence Jodi to life row, where Jodi would have been treated like a death row inmate for the rest of her life, we would have taken that. The option should be there in a case of a hung jury in a death penalty case. That option would have also eliminated the chance for a tainted juror getting on the jury the second time around. Judges should have the power to sentence life row. It would have spared us all the time, money, and additional suffering to be here. We attempted to plea with Jodi by sparing the death penalty in trade for natural life and no appeals. She would not budge. That is the only reason we all had to go through this again. I know that we have the right to address the defendant directly. Jodi has shown no remorse. She continuously makes atrocious lies about my brother, dragging his name through the mud after she dragged his body through his own blood. She stooped so low as to throw her own mother and father under the bus, knowing damn well she was never abused, just to spare her own life. I wouldn't waste my time addressing her because she isn't worth my breath. In closing, I just want to express my appreciation to you. I know this trial has impacted your life. There is only one person to blame for that, and that is Jodi. I thank you, Judge Stevens, for being strong enough to see this trial to the end. I know how difficult the decision is to make, and I pray that you will make the right one by sentencing Jodi to natural life without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement.
The state does not have anybody else who wishes to address the court.
Mr. Martinez, do you want to make a statement at this time?
Would prefer to make it after I hear what the defendant has to say, but if you want, I will make it right now.
Approach, please.
Hope is never a bad thing. Hope is always a good thing. And in this case, the family of Travis Alexander, as you heard, hoped that a death sentence would be imposed in this case. But that is not to be. That will not happen. And in speaking to them at certain junctures, they take some solace in the fact that the jury, 11-1, deadlocked in favor of imposing the death penalty. To them, that provides a small measure of solace. But it's a very small measure of solace because generally, as you see, normally, as you heard, they always feel that death is the appropriate sentence. But even though they feel that death is the appropriate sentence, they still have hope. They have hope now that you'll see your way to a natural life sentence. And they believe that a natural life sentence is appropriate, not because they want to be vindictive, but because, as you have also seen, what happened in that bedroom or bathroom of that bedroom was a butchering. When they, as they've told me, when they think, and they've also told you, when they think of the stabbing, they can feel their brother's pain. They feel the blade going into him, and it burns them, and they cry, and they don't know what to do about it, just like Travis Alexander didn't know what to do about it. And when they feel him moving away, trying to get away from the defendant as she continually stabbed him, they can hear his cries. They can hear him screaming. It rings in their ears, and it's something that they cannot stop. It's something that they, even though they want to sleep, even though They may want to turn away from it. It is something that rings in their mind. His cries. They know that these are the agonized cries of a wounded animal who's about to be killed. And that's how they think of it. They also can't help feeling as he crawled away down the hallway. And it's something that they hope that he was unconscious when she took that knife for the last time. They hope that he's unconscious. But based on what they see or what they saw in this court, they know that he wasn't. They know that he was still alive. They knew that he was still feeling after he had crawled all the way down the hallway and came down to the carpet. They knew he was still conscious when the defendant took that knife and slashed his throat wide open. And that almost makes them crazy. But think that their brother had suffered so many stab wounds. And then, as a coup de grace, they have him feel that blade one last time. And at that point, they are thankful that he wasn't feeling anymore. But what they can't get out of their mind is the brutality as she dragged him back down the hallway and put a bullet in his head. And so they live with this every day. They live with the extreme cruelty of this killing. They live with the extreme distress that their brother must have felt during those minutes that it took for this to happen. To them, it was an eternity. They weren't there. But to them, they know that their brother suffered enough for an eternity. And so, because of that, they have hope. And they have hope. As I said, they have hope that you will remember that when pondering what sentence is the most appropriate in this case. And I know that there's a sentencing memorandum that has been proposed to you, setting out a request for the alternative sentence. And I know that in that sentencing memorandum, they ask you to conduct a comparative analysis with other cases. But you didn't sit and listen to the evidence in all of those cases. You are the person who sat and listened to the evidence, every single bit of evidence in this case. You know about every single stab wound. You know about all of the blood, and you know all about the gunshot. Those other cases, they're nothing more than ink on paper, something for you to read. So I ask you to take a look at this case and make a decision based on what you see and what you saw and heard in this courtroom. The other thing that they are hopeful of is that when you consider the issue of remorse, because that's the other issue that continues to haunt the victims, because they truly are victims, as you have seen, even though they didn't themselves personally suffer the wounds, they didn't suffer the stab wounds, they didn't suffer the gunshot. They are still suffering. And one of the things that they want you to consider is the defendant's request that you find that somehow she is remorseful in this case. They hope that you will remember that from one side of her mouth, she was saying what an influential and great person Travis Alexander was. And out of the other side of her mouth was calling him a pedophile, was saying things that are almost too difficult to talk about. But not only did she talk about it, she went even further. And as you know, she even fabricated evidence to try to bring her point home to you.
Objection, Judge. Overruled.
She provided it for your consideration. And it's something that the next of kin is aware of And it's something that haunts them. They mentioned it to you previously when they addressed you, this issue of Mr. Alexander being a pedophile. And so something that out of one side of her mouth talks about what a great individual she was, yet she's so remorseful about it, yet she can stab him figuratively throughout this whole trial, stabbing him with the only thing that he has left, stabbing him to take away the only thing he has left, which was his character. Talked about how much of an individual he was who was involved in this sexual activities, how they talked to you about that he had been to these websites hundreds of times, these porn websites. All of this stuff is something that they want you to consider when you think about what they have proposed to you as mitigation, and specifically this issue of whether or not the defendant is remorseful. They do not believe that the defendant is remorseful, and they hope that you see it that way also. There are some other issues that were presented here in the sentencing memorandum, specifically one of them being that the defendant is mentally ill. Well, you heard the testimony from all of the witnesses, including Janine DeMarte, and you know what the explanation for that is. There's no need to go over that again, and it is not a mitigating factor. They also specifically mentioned things such as no previous criminal history and no propensity for violence. Well, you also heard the evidence that was presented in this case, and you also know what happened back at the address with Mr. Alexander. There's no need to go on any further other than to point out that the next of kin, Travis Alexander's family, is still hopeful. They're hopeful that you will sentence the defendant to natural life. And they see it that way because of everything they have felt, everything they have seen, all the photographs that have been presented in this case. The state also has been present. The state is also hopeful that you follow the recommendation of the victims. Thank you.
Thank you. The court will take a 10-minute recess to review the letters submitted by the defendant.
All rise.
Proceed, may we approach, please?
Yes.
Approach again.
Yes. All right, the record will show the presence of the defendant and all counsel. The court has reviewed the 2 packets of letters provided by the defendant. Ms. Wilmot.
The defense judge is calling Miss Sandy Arias. She would like to speak to the court.
All right, please come forward.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
I'm Sandy Arias. I'm Jody's mother. I'm sure you know who I am by now. Just want to let you know that I am the only one from Jody's immediate family here today. Doesn't mean that our family didn't want to come. We all love and support Jody, but it's very expensive to be here. It's a financial hardship for us. My husband is not well. When he was here last time, it took him a month to recuperate. So, wanted to know our family is all here in spirit. So, we were born into this world kicking and screaming. We go through life trying to figure out life itself. We try the best we can. Doesn't make us a bad person. It makes us human. On July 9th, 1980, Jody was born into this world kicking and screaming. Growing up, she strived to become a successful, giving, loving, honest person. Then she stumbled on the worst mistake of her life. This mistake tried to degrade her, tried to make her feel like a nobody, tried to take away her pride. When Jody's life was at stake, she defended herself and decided she was not ready to leave this world. She had not completed her goals yet. She was not going to give up on life and fought to stay alive, once again, kicking and screaming, and she did. She lived. About 7 years ago, she was unfairly incarcerated because she wanted to live. Today, she's fighting a battle for her life. They can cage her, they can strip her of her rights, but they can't take away one thing, her beautiful soul. Jody's the firstborn of 4 children. She didn't come out with instructions, so we did the best we could with what we knew. I guess the one thing we failed to teach her was how to walk away from an abusive relationship. She hid it from her family, she hid it from her friends. All the signs were there, we just didn't see them. As her mother, I feel like I should have been able to protect her, but I wasn't. I in no way condone what Jody has done, but I do understand it. Jody has brought a lot of pain to so many lives, but she has also touched so many lives with her story. It's not my place to apologize for her actions, but I can say that I am sorry for the loss the Alexander family has had to endure. I can't even imagine what they're going through. I pray that someday they will be able to find peace. Although Jody is still alive, we still have lost our daughter. Our lives have been forever changed. Since the day she was born, I dreamed of her becoming a bride and becoming a mother. Those dreams have all been shattered, but they have been replaced by ones of someday seeing Jody walk free. You have the choice to give her a chance at parole, Judge. I only hope that you have it in your heart to see what a good person Jody really is. She's always helped people less fortunate than her. Jody always sees the good in people. She has helped many people in the last 7 years. She's written letters for inmates that couldn't write. She has written them poems, sang for them. She has also read to them and drew them pictures. And I'm sure there's many other things that she has done to help people. Jody's bright smile always lights up the room. She's intelligent, has many talents, such as her art and photography. She has excellent writing skills and speaks Spanish fluently. Jody has 2 sisters and 2 brothers and countless other family members that love and support her, and we will stand by her always. As I write this letter, I pray that something good will come out of all of this. I pray the Alexander family has peace, and I pray for you, Judge Stevens. You have heard a lot of bad things that people have said about my daughter. I listened to it for the past 7 years. I have to say it hasn't been easy. I know the beautiful soul she really is. And I know that she is not the monster that she has been made out to be. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement.
Judge Miss Arias has a few words to say.
Judge, I just want to respond to a few of the things that were said earlier. My legal team and I tried to settle this case on 4 different occasions before trial. We tried 2 times before the 2013 trial, and what Samantha said was not accurate. I was not the one who refused to settle. It was Travis's family who not only refused to settle and insisted on both trials, but then they bragged about it all over social media, including posting a group photo on the steps of this very courthouse, holding out all of their thumbs down, refusing to settle. As for not wanting the death penalty, it's my firm belief that death would bring me untold peace and freedom. That's my personal belief. If I died today, I would be free and I would be at peace. For years, that's exactly what I wanted. But I had to fight for my life just like I did on June 4th, 2008, because I realized how selfish it would be for me to escape accountability for this mess that I've created. I have 2 brothers, 2 sisters, several nieces and nephews, a mom, a dad, 8 aunts. Nine uncles, over 20 cousins that I've grown up with, as well as countless friends, all of whom would suffer greatly if I took my own life or if I allocuted and begged for the death penalty and then got it. I did not drag Travis through the mud. I protected Travis's reputation for years. I did say he was an influential person. I kept his skeletons in the closet all to my own detriment for years. What I testified to was not false. They were not made up. They were not things that I wanted to get out into public either. But when I was on the stand, I told the truth. Your Honor was also here during the second trial when a lot of evidence came to light that supported my testimony from people that never even knew me but knew Travis. I do remember as I testified to this, I'm sorry, I think I would have testified to this in the 2014 trial. I do remember the moment when the knife went into Travis's throat and he was conscious. He was still trying to attack me. It was I who was trying to get away, not Travis, and I finally did. I never wanted it to be that way, Judge. The gunshot did not come last, it came first. And that was when Travis lunged at me, just as I testified to, and just as the state's own detective testified 2 years ago before he and Juan got together and decided to change their story for trial. As for not being abused, maybe I wasn't as badly abused as Travis and his siblings were by their parents. But I didn't consider it abuse either. I didn't consider being beaten and hit and all those things abuse. That was discipline in my family. That's how my parents were disciplined by their parents. That's why I didn't consider those things abuse. I understand now that that's abuse. So for Samantha to say that I was not a victim of abuse is wrong, because I was. And my family understands that now. And we, like my mom said, I didn't come with instructions. They did the best they could. They didn't do it because they're bad parents. They did it because they thought that they were disciplining us, and that's the best that they knew how. The most important thing I want to say is that I am very sorry for the enormous pain that I've caused the people that love Travis. I never thought I would cause so many people so much pain. I live every day wishing that I could undo what I did to Travis and wishing that I could take away their pain, just put it onto myself. To this day, I can't believe that I was capable of doing something that terrible. I can't even, I'm truly disgusted and I'm repulsed with myself. I'm horrified because of what I did, and I wish there was some way I could take it back. That's all I have.
Your Honor, we're asking the court, as I did in the sentencing memorandum, we're asking this court to sentence Ms. Arias to life, but with the possibility of release. And we're doing that, Judge, because based on, as the state called it, a comparative analysis. It's not so much a comparative analysis, it's about sentencing and equity in sentencing. And when this court is able to look at other cases that are similarly situated, then the facts of this case become not as gruesome, not as bad when you compare it to others. Those others that have occurred in Maricopa County where those people, those defendants received a possibility of release. When we talk about, according to the sentencing, in the sentencing memorandum, I attached 60 cases. And those 60 cases were pulled from the county attorney's office, specifically from their own information and from the information available by the Maricopa County Superior Court. In those cases, the court can see that and I should be clear, those cases are just cases for first-degree murder. They do not involve cases regarding second-degree murder. And so when you look at some of the cases, you look at Moore. That's a case where the victim was bound, his eyes, ankles, and mouth with tape, laces, climbing rope, and ultimately that victim was left alone and he asphyxiated. He choked to death. That defendant received life with the possibility of parole. When you look at Coker, another case on page 14, that defendant killed the victim with a hatchet. And that person then went back and shot him. And the victim in that particular case was an elderly victim. 74 years old. That defendant received the possibility of release. And not only did that defendant receive the possibility of release, but you can see that that defendant had prior felonies. He had been in trouble before that he gets the ability for possibility of release. If you look at the Dominguez case, which was on page 12. And Judge, I'm just picking out just a couple of these because we don't need to keep going over it. But the Dominguez case, again, that defendant had prior felonies. The victim was found beaten and bound. He had been stabbed and cut, and it was part of a burglary. That defendant received a possibility of release, even after having a criminal history, after having prior felonies. In the Gonzalez case, that person received a possibility of release. And in that particular case, that one, the victim was beaten with a pipe. Beaten so badly he was left for dead, but this particular defendant went back and continued beating him until he was dead. After that, he returns with a knife. This person receives 25 years with the possibility of release. The other cases that, some of the other cases that were attached have to do with the Ross case in particular. Ross had, the person Ross, he stabbed his victim 25 times and left him in a hotel room. That person had prior felonies, and that defendant received a possibility of release after 25 years. There's other cases that were attached, Judge, that have to do with killing children and gruesome details about how these children were killed. And these children were innocent, defenseless people, and they were killed mercilessly. But yet those people received a chance at release. And we're asking the court to consider all of these things. And I understand that this court wasn't present for all of those trials and didn't hear all the evidence, but it's important to know that with Ms. Arias, the facts of what Ms. Arias did are not dissimilar from what we see here. And these cases are taken from 2008 up until 2013. So same timeline that we've been dealing with. When trying to decide what cases we should have pulled for this situation, we decided not to pull cases where the state had the ability to choose to charge the person with second-degree murder. So because as the court knows, and as all of us know, the state has complete discretion when charging. They can choose to charge something as first degree, and then they can choose to charge something less. So these cases are just 60 of first-degree murders. There are scores, hundreds more of cases where the state chose to charge cases that as second degree and then pled those to obviously lesser sentences because second degree murder doesn't even have a life sentence to go with it. I can avow to the court that I know personally of one particular case that was charged with second degree where the boyfriend slit his girlfriend's throat. And because for whatever reason the state chose to charge that as second degree murder, that defendant got a plea for 16 years. So we look at all these different cases and we see that there are similar facts to cases. We see that other people had prior felony convictions. And then you compare that with what has gone on with Miss Arias. And I think it's important for the court to take all of that into consideration. Especially taking into consideration, Judge, the fact that Miss Arias doesn't have any criminal history. And when I say that she doesn't have any criminal history, I mean, she doesn't have any contact with police at all until she was arrested, except for occasional speeding ticket. That's it. So this isn't something that you see like a lot of defendants that have come before you, where they have come through life continually repeating to offend, and finally they get up to a point where it becomes so serious that now it's murder. Miss Arias has never been arrested for anything. She has never had contact with police. And when you take that into consideration with equity in sentencing, that's something that we look at. The most of the other defendants listed in the sentencing memorandum did have prior felonies. In the sentencing memorandum, we discussed mental illness. The court is well aware of what the testimony was. She was diagnosed with a mental illness by both the state's witness and by the defense witnesses. That is something that, as I explained in the sentencing memorandum, should also be taken into consideration when deciding whether or not she should have a possibility of release in the future. Being afflicted with a mental illness is something that is serious, especially in this country that is not, people aren't given help when they should be given help. And in this situation, Miss Arias lived her life with a mental illness. Like the state's witness said, it was like a light switch, and environmental factors can turn that light switch on. And that's clearly what happened in this situation. How else do you explain the fact that Miss Arias led her life law-abiding, good-natured, kind, until the day of June 4th, 2008? Miss Arias does have family support, and I know that her mother, Sandy, was the only person who was able to be here today. We have been in contact with the family since the verdict, and it is important for the court to know that they all very much support Miss Arias. They don't have the funds to be here today, but they did send letters to the court to read, and they are all behind Miss Arias 100%. One of the things that the state talked about is Miss Arias' supposed lack of remorse. And this is something that I think it's really unfortunate for the Alexander family to feel that way, because I know that does not help with healing. And if there is anything that I wish they would know is that Miss Arias feels not just remorse. It's something that I have noticed from the time that I started representing her. The way she talks about what happened on June 4th, the things that she has said to me, not in preparation for trial, not in preparation for taking the stand and having to say in front of people that she doesn't know, but just saying to people that she knows. Randomly, when we're talking about getting prepared for something or talking about some legal matter, I can tell that she is not paying attention. And we'll talk about, hey, what's going on? And those will be the times when she's told me, several times, Judge, those are the times that she has told me that it's a bad day for her. It's a bad day because she knows what she did is horrible, because she can't believe that she was even capable of doing something. She has told me over and over again, when she says that she is repulsed by what she did, she truly is. That's not something I told her to say or anyone told her to say. That is something coming from her own mouth. And that's something that she has told me from the very beginning since I met her. She is disgusted by what she did. And there have been times in my representation of her that she has just broken down crying. And I know the court has seen her throughout this case and in trial. It is not easy for Miss Arias to cry in front of other people. That is something that she learned as a child, that you don't cry in front of others. But there are times when she does break down and cry. And Judge, that is something that I have noticed also in representing her. There are times that when we're talking about the facts, that she just can't hold it in. And she talks about how awful she feels for what she did. And I think it's important to remember that Mr. Alexander was someone she cared about. Whether they were getting along in the end or whether Miss Arias was trying to leave him in the end, she still cared about him. And all of that was very clear from reading her journal entries. Unfortunately, and there is something that I guess, unfortunately, I need to address because this would have had nothing to do with sentencing, Judge. No one ever called Mr. Alexander a pedophile. And I certainly didn't intend to address any of that information today, but that was brought up by the state. And I think it's important for the court to realize and hopefully not punish Miss Arias for having to defend herself. Every defendant has a right to defend themselves. And if the government is going to allege charges against them, the defendant has a Sixth Amendment right and a Fifth Amendment right. They have a right to defend themselves. And if defending themselves means that negative information is going to come out, that's what happens. It is true that the defense attempted to settle this case several times, times before I was the attorney on the case and times when I was the attorney on the case. And the state never agreed to settle. So it is so sorry. I am so sorry that the victim's family had to sit here through trial because I watched them and I know how tough it was for them. And Miss Arias knows that as well. But it wasn't because we didn't attempt to settle. And I would hope, and I know that the court will not take that into consideration and hold Miss Arias accountable for defending herself. The state brought up Miss Arias fabricating evidence, and I know what the state is talking about. These are letters that were mysteriously leaked onto the social media by supporters of the state. Those letters, the state's witness never said those letters were fabricated. And they never came into trial. It's inappropriate for the court to take into consideration anything having to do with that. And when the state is arguing to the court that Miss Arias has called Mr. Alexander a pedophile or talking about fabricated letters, that is information that has never been proven, and the state and the court should not take it into consideration in sentencing because those are matters that are not aggravating factors and they are not, they were never proven. Unfortunately, with this type of an unusual case, the way that it has gone, being unusual, I think, for all of us, it has been difficult for Miss Arias to be able to show her true feelings. Because if she cries, then people say those are fake tears. And if she doesn't cry, then people call her evil. If she says that she's sorry and expresses remorse, people say she's lying. And if she doesn't say anything, it's because she's a monster. But Judge Miss Arias is not a monster. She is not unlike any other defendant that has come before this court many times. It's just the fact that for 2 minutes in her life, she did something reprehensible. For 2 minutes. But Miss Arias is a better person than those 2 minutes of her life. She has lived her life up until that point remarkably. And I'm asking the court to take that into consideration as well. There is no sentence that will bring Mr. Alexander back. And there is no sentence that will make these last 7 years disappear. We know that the Alexander family is hurting. What family wouldn't hurt having to go through something like this? It is the nature of this type of crime. But this case has to be judged not on a lynch mob born out of social media seeking vengeance, but on a judicial system seeking justice. And that's what we're asking the court to do. Not on base this on what a mob on social media has to say about who JODI is, but really who she is and who she was before June 4th of 2008. I have practiced in this court for quite a while now, and I have been in here on other cases. And I have seen this court sentence many a defendant. I've seen the court take into consideration that defendant's background and the crime itself and the potential for future for those defendants. And I have sat in this court for settlement conferences, and I've seen the court handle settlement conferences where the discussion turns to what other defendants who are similarly situated get in these types of cases. So I know that the court takes these things into account when deciding sentencing. And that's the appropriate way to do it. That's what justice is. Justice requires equity. And sometimes equity isn't what victims want it to be. This case has been different from others, not because of the type of case, not because of what happened, but because of the strange attraction that it has caused for so many. This court has the experience to know the difference between a lynch mob from social media and their requests, and I'm not referring to the victim's judge, just so we're clear, and equity in sentencing and what is just and what is fair. This is a difficult decision. I don't in any way think this is a light decision at all. The facts are gruesome, and for 2 minutes, what Jodi did was horrible. And the pain that she caused was reprehensible. But this case is no worse than so many other cases that have come before this court and many other courts in Maricopa County. And what happened in those cases where those defendants received the possibility of release. It is only a possibility. It's not even a guarantee. It is just the possibility, a hope to live for. We're only asking the court judge to give an equitable decision and a reasonable decision and a decision that is fair in light of the facts of this case. Based on that, Judge, we are asking the court to sentence her, Ms. Arias, to the possibility of release. Thank you.
All right. Is there any legal cause why sentence should not be pronounced?
No.
The court has considered the nature and circumstances of the offense. I have considered the aggravating factor found by the jury. I have identified aggravating and mitigating factors and considered those factors in arriving at a sentence for Ms. Arias. As aggravation, the court finds, as the jury found, the crime was especially cruel. The offense was committed with at least 2 deadly weapons, a gun and at least 1 knife. The crime involved substantial planning and preparation. The defendant did not render aid to the victim. The defendant destroyed evidence at the crime scene. The defendant went to great lengths to conceal her involvement in the crime. The court has also considered, as an aggravating factor, the emotional and financial harm to the victim family members. As mitigation, the court finds the defendant has no prior criminal history. The defendant has family and community support. The defendant has mental health issues. The court has also considered the defendant's childhood background, family history, and her expressed remorse. The court finds the mitigation presented is not sufficiently substantial to call for leniency and that a natural life sentence is appropriate. It is ordered the defendant shall be incarcerated in the Department of Corrections for the rest of her natural life with no possibility of parole. The sentence shall begin today. The defendant shall receive credit for 2,463 days of pre-sentence credit. It is ordered the defendant shall pay a $10 probation surcharge assessment. And as previously stated, the court is retaining jurisdiction over restitution. Ms. Arias, you have 20 days from today to file a notice of appeal. You have the right to have an attorney represent you. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. If you cannot afford the necessary records and transcripts, they will be provided for you at no cost. Do you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, is there anything else for the record?
No, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I would be moving to withdraw at this point in time a reconsideration of April 4th, 2011. That order contemplated joint representation because it was a capital trial pending trial at that time. Given that that is no longer the case, Ms. Arias has been sentenced to life moments ago by this court. I see that there's a few ancillary issues remaining. but I would, the motions for which motion should be filed. But pending that, I would ask that I be withdrawn from restitution hearing or any future matters, particularly given Ms. Arias's choice to be non-communicated with me. I believe it would be best for Ms. Wilmot to handle that. And so I would ask that my motion to withdraw be granted here this morning.
All right, the motion to withdraw is under advisement. Anything else? We are adjourned.
Ooh, y'all, I'm telling you, I don't know that I have ever been that mad. I forgot all about all of that bullshit that just took place. Oh, y'all, listen. Oh, goodness gracious, that just made me so mad. I've got another thing to show you, just for those that haven't been able to, who never saw this. Let's just look at this. This is only like 30 seconds long, but this is actually Jodi leaving the courtroom. And so let's see what this is about. Let me make it as big as I can. Okay, there's that. And this is from Fox 10 Phoenix, you guys. It is 49 seconds long. So let's just watch this. This made me sick as well. Watch your ears, guys.
Can you give me reaction to the verdict, Jodi? Is there anything you want to say to the Alexander family at all? Can you tell me about your plans for what you're going to do behind bars for life?
Can we all say, what a tramp? Let me get rid of this. Hold on. That pissed me off because she sure didn't mind giving interviews to anybody who asked her to give one before she was sentenced to life without parole. Just so you guys know, she has exhausted all of her appeals, so she's back there. If you want to buy some of her art, you know, she's made a great life for herself there, you guys. I'm always curious, and listen, if you are a pen pal of somebody in the pen and fallen in love with them, I'm going to need to interview you because I don't understand that, but I'll try not to judge you for it. I won't judge you while you're on my panel. I'll probably judge you later. That's probably the truth of the matter. But so, y'all, that's just shitty. It's just shitty. I want to read a couple of things to you guys, and then I've got one more thing, and then we'll close this one out. I brought up, where is Travis Alexander's siblings today? Just to give you guys an update on them. Travis Alexander's surviving siblings are named Gary, Dennis, who goes by Greg, Samantha, Stephen, Tanisha, Hillary, and Allie have largely returned to private life. After years of public testimony following his 2008 murder and subsequent trials of JODI Arias, the following details reflect the most recent public updates on their life. Tanisha Sorensen, she has been a prominent spokesperson for the family. In late 2016, she publicly shared her battle with breast cancer, expressing a determination to survive for her 7 children and 9 grandchildren. Support her journey for continued through community groups as recently as 2021. So I don't know if she passed or if she beat cancer. I hope she did beat it. Samantha Alexander, who is the one that we saw read for the family in both of the victim impacts. During the trial, she was a police officer in California. Y'all, I didn't remember that till just now. I remember she was a police officer now. She famously testified about the brutality of the crime scene and has remained out of the public eye since the conclusion of the sentencing phase. Stephen Alexander, he gave an emotional impact statement during the trial, describing the long-term psychological toll of his brother's death. Like his other siblings, he has since avoided the media spotlight to focus on his family. Restitution. In 2015, the court ordered JODI Arias to pay the siblings roughly $31,000 for travel and trial-related expenses. However, legal experts noted at the time that the family was unlikely to receive the full amount due to Arias's life sentence and lack of assets. Well, I mean, let's just be honest. Quite a few of you looked up her artwork. Some of you say it's good. Obviously, she's selling some. I hope she has to pay the family with all that before she gets to keep a penny of it. The family collectively expressed their relief when the legal process finally concluded, stating their desire to never return to Arizona and to instead focus on honoring Travis's memory. And that's all we have on them. I used to follow Tanisha on Facebook, but that was years and years ago. I just let it go, you guys, because it was the right thing to do, I think. And then I brought up what happened to JODI Arias's family. And this is what it says. JODI Arias's family has largely retreated from the public eye following her conviction and the conclusion of her sentencing in 2015. Key developments regarding the immediate family members include the death of her father. Her father, William Arias, passed away September 2017 in California. Arias reportedly sought permission for supervised leave from the Arizona Department of Corrections to attend his funeral, but the logistics and crossing state lines and specific prison policies made it highly unlikely for that request to be granted. Her mother's public support. Her mother, Sandy Arias, was the most visible family member during the trial and sentencing. She remained supportive of JODI, even releasing an online video to advocate for her daughter's defense and requesting donations for an appeal. During the sentencing, Sandy expressed her belief that JODI was a victim in her relationship with Travis Alexander. I will say I saw on Reddit, I think her mother has passed away. I'm not sure though. I could be wrong. Family strains in health. During 2015 sentencing, Sandy was the only immediate family member present. She cited financial hardship and her husband's declining health for reasons why other family members could not travel from Northern California to Arizona for the proceedings. Relationship history, testimony, and evidence from the trial revealed a history of family tension. Police interrogation tapes released during the trial showed her parents telling investigators that JODI had mental health issues, including a potential bipolar disorder that had been strange and she had been strange and dishonest from the age of 14. Now, this is just a side note of what I've read into her family as well. It's not on here. But her dad, in the interrogation videos, I remember her dad telling the investigators that around 14 years old is when he noticed his daughter just became this pathological liar. She was always in trouble. He found pot growing in his house and things like that. My question is, if you thought your daughter was bipolar, when did you take her to the doctor? I mean, you should be imprisoned for neglect of a minor child, but that's just me. So here we are. Here we are, guys. This case, the reason why I even covered it, and I didn't even cover it, I covered way more than I thought I was going to when I agreed to do it, is that of all the trials and all of the cases that are going on right now in the court system, and even ones that have just passed, like the Idaho 4, and even in the Nancy Guthrie missing case right now, you will hear Travis Alexander's name come up as in reference to like blood spatter and things like that. In the Idaho 4 killings, the college students, it was brought up many times during Brian Kohberger's court filings and court cases about, and not only in that, but it came up many times in all over social medias, where they talked about there's no way that one guy could kill 4 people in that amount of time, blah, blah, blah. You guys already heard that. I don't have to tell you. And then people would refer to tiny little 115-pound JODI Arias killing Travis Alexander in about 2 to 3 minutes with a knife and a gun. And he was over 200 pounds, and she was able to drag his body and dump him back in the shower and leave him there. So this case is referred to a lot, especially we learned a lot about blood spatter and things like that, and the way blood forms and things like that because of this case. So when I've been covering the Nancy Guthrie case, somebody asked me if I would talk about this one because they weren't familiar with it. And so I said, look, the only thing I'm going to do, because it was the longest case, I said, the only thing I'll do is I'll play JODI Arias's time on the stand. And then it just turned into even more. But I think we've done it justice. I think people kind of get the hint now of what, if they ever hear Travis Alexander again, being used as a reference to other crimes, they'll remember and know exactly what was done to him and why he's being used as context, should I say. Brian says, we're obsessed about murder trials. Can we pick a different topic to obsess about? This is not a healthy pastime. Well, Brian, what do you want me to talk about? I have actually over 600 lives, maybe even more now. I don't know, 600, 700, I don't know. And this is the first court thing that we watched. I did cover the Idaho 4, and we were prepared to go to court until Brian Kohberger took a plea. And now I'm covering the Nancy Guthrie thing because she's a missing person. But prior to that, I didn't do true crime too much other than the not the Idaho 4, the Delphi girls. And that's because I live right here in Indiana, and it was a big deal here. So if this isn't your jam, I understand that. That's completely okay. This isn't the only thing I do on my channel, but for right now, this works for my life, doing things like this, and I'm interested in it and I want to do it. I don't only just do lives late at night. There are some lives that we've done during the day. Like if you go to my channel, you'll see my co-host Maggie driving around Liverpool, England, because that's where she's from. And she did a 2-hour live. So there's plenty if you want to watch something else on my channel. And then there's plenty on other channels. There's a gajillion and one things to watch on the YouTubes if this is not your jam. I understand it. I appreciate the view and the word, that this isn't your jam so much, but believe me, there's so much on my channel to watch. Let's see. I'm bipolar. Marcus says it doesn't give you a reason to commit murder. That is correct. Cray says, Marcus, I agree. I think the majority have some sort of bipolar and can manage it manage it or with medication, and absolutely doesn't give anybody the right to act out and take someone's life or harm them. Amanda says, was just a case, or if I can't have you. Yeah, I believe that, Amanda. I've said that all along, that I believe that was totally part of it. If she couldn't have him, nobody will. Thank you so much for checking on me, Jeremy. So Jeremy says there's 661 lives, and believe you, nothing that I can think of, nothing that you may be able to come up with that you won't find in one of them lives, because we're a crazy bunch around here. Thank you, Sunburst. Watch something else if you don't like it. Marcus says, I don't even believe it's safe for her to be in prison with prisoners. Well, she's in protective custody, which pisses me off, because I think like this. Oh, you're in Indy, Sue. Hello, sister. Good to see you, my Hoosier sister. You know what? People that are tried by the death penalty, and for something like this, where there is a deadlock of two different, which hardly ever happens, right? Look, if you've been convicted of a crime, slam dunk, you've taken another person's life, or you have harmed a child in any way, I don't think you should be given the right to have private security or whatever. I think you should be thrown immediately into open population, and because I believe firmly in jailhouse justice, because this woman right here who's in protective custody, I firmly believe that she doesn't deserve to be breathing any air at all. I firmly believe that my tax dollars shouldn't be paying to feed her. I don't want to. So I just wish, listen, throw them all into put them all in a big room. I'll throw them all down some weapons. The last person stand gets a steak dinner, and then I guess I'll pay for them for the rest of her life. You know, jailhouse justice is the best. Put them in Gen Pop. Pink Peony, I'm Mexican. Treatment for mental illness in most families is putting you to work. Good luck getting treatment. Perhaps things are slowly changing. Well, I mean, I think it does have a lot to do with the cultural thing, but as much, I'm pretty sure, Pink Peony, you live in the United States. I mean, as much help as there is in the United States, and as much awareness now that there is in the United States. Look, I think hard work is good for anybody, whether you got mental illness or not. Shit, go to work. Idle hands and an idle mind is what gets people in trouble. That's my opinion. But if you live in the United States, and I think you do, there's plenty of help. And so I don't think, I think at that point, it would be a choice of any family on whether they're going to get help for their kids or not. So I don't think that has anything to do with, in my opinion, I don't think that has anything to do with society. I think that's a family's personal decision. Cray says, I've seen you had the Shabusiness trial on the poll. I live right by the area, and her maiden name was the same as my husband's family, and she lived with her grandma in the same area in Texas. I have to see if I have any relation. Oh yeah, you need to check that out, girl. You can check that girl's nuts. I dig, and coincidental as the same last name in Aryan family. They aren't related. Praise God for that. Your children will be okay. Oh Lord. Open population, 100%, Anna B says. All right, guys, and the last thing I'm going to bring up is I want to play, it took 10 years for Juan Martinez to come out and speak on this, which I think is pretty, publicly, which I think is pretty admirable. Most lawyers don't do that. Most lawyers will write that book right away. Now, we do know that Juan Martinez and Kirk Nurmi both were disbarred. Both of them wrote a book, and so they were both going to be tried for, I know that Juan Martinez this is how they put it, he had a lover, that he, and I guess she was in some kind of, I don't know if she was an author or if she was in media or whatever, but he spilled some secrets to her that were supposed to be kept classified. Even when you go through trials like this, some things that happen in trials, sidebars, things in the judge's chambers, all that stuff stays sealed. So Juan Martinez was, having to pay for that for that hoo-ha he was getting, y'all. He was paying for it, I guess, by spilling some secrets. They were going to convict him and also try him for spilling some classified stuff, and he took the disbarment instead. The same thing happened with Kirk Nurmi. He wrote a book. He spilled some things he shouldn't have spilled. They also gave him the choice. We're either going to prosecute you for doing this or you're going to have to be disbarred. He took the disbarment as well. I don't know. So tomorrow, I'm answering this like you guys know what I'm talking about. So this is what I'm talking about. Jeremy says, which one are we watching after this, Alini? I don't know. The poll is still up. As soon as this live is over, the poll will go down, but there is a continuing poll for those that are not awake yet and can vote. There's a continuing poll over on my community page so that those that maybe have missed this for a certain reason or still asleep or whatever can still go and vote. I will close it down at 2 p.m. and it will be put up on my community page as to when we will start covering that and which one it is. So I'm excited about it. I'm really excited. I do have my favorite, but I am not voting. It's not my business to vote. So you guys get your votes in before I close this one down. I found this, like going back to what I was saying, I found this interview with Juan Martinez 10 years after Jodi was sentenced to life in prison without parole. That his first interview that he came out and did. And then there's been some since. And then he also, like I said, wrote a book, and then he went on like a book tour or whatever. So you guys could find those. But I thought this was interesting. Some of the things that he puts out in this first interview. And also it's nice to see what kind of demeanor he has. Somebody came in here and said, I don't remember who said it, but they said, it's so weird how in Juan in real life outside a courtroom, he's so calm and just unassuming. And then you put him in a courtroom and he becomes a bulldog. Listen, I think if Juan Martinez had tried Casey Anthony, I think she'd be in prison today. That's just my opinion. Hi, Tab Talk. Good to see you. Marcus, good to see you. Lori, good to see you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. All right, I'm going to pull this up. Let's check out what old Juan is like outside of the courtroom. Let me make sure. All right, let me hit the like. And this is also Fox 10 Phoenix, you guys. All right, so let me do this. Watch your ears. Y'all, I can't control your volume. All right, let's listen to what he has to say, you guys. This is only 34 minutes long, and then we will shut down this live after that. Closing remarks.
The name Jodi Arias. What comes into your mind?
Well, it was a long 7 years, so I guess time is what comes into my mind, that it took a long time.
What about personally?
Well, it just affects you in how you see things, but mostly that it took a long time. 7 years is a long time and touched or affected a lot of people, specifically the family.
Right. Is it hard as a prosecutor to separate personal feelings when you're looking at a defendant and dealing with her, as you said, for such a long time? I mean, do you hate Jodi Arias?
No, it's not a situation where you hate the individual, or I don't develop any feelings for the individual. It's the acts or the crime that they committed that sort of drives you and guides the prosecution.
You had her on the stand for several days, and
she was on the stand for many days.
Right. And I sensed a real level of frustration coming from you.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that I was ever frustrated with her. I know that it appeared that she felt like she had all the answers to the questions that I was posing. And so once you ask the question and she gives you the answer, you try to go into it a little bit further. So no, I don't believe that I was frustrated.
As we're talking here, you're and we've talked before, just in the hallways and things, and you're fairly soft-spoken. You're very different in the courtroom.
Well, it's you do what is required in the courtroom, and you want to make sure that your point is made. You want to make sure that the jury hears it, and you want to perhaps add some inflection to your voice to carry the point across.
You were accused by Jodi and the defense team of bullying in the courtroom. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't think that I bullied anybody. I think that there are set rules, and we have the judge who administers those rules, and I don't think that I was bullying anybody. I don't remember specifically her saying anything other than perhaps that my voice was loud, but it needs to carry across that courtroom.
And I'll go back to Alice LaViolette, who apparently had to get some sort of treatment during the proceedings because she said you were so hard on her.
I don't know too much about that. All I know about that is what I read in the papers, and the first thing that came to my mind is how it got into the papers. But I don't know any of the specifics about it. If that was an issue that she had, perhaps it was a condition that she brought in. But I don't think that my questioning had anything to do with that. I was just probing or trying to get to the bottom of whatever her theories were.
Let's go back to what happened yesterday when Jodi had a chance to speak in front of the judge. She said a couple of things. Did it surprise you that she seemed to kind of go after the Alexander family?
Nothing that Miss Arias does or this defendant does surprises me. She's an individual that will do what she thinks is right for herself. She's egocentric, and at that point, she said what probably she believed was best for her.
But it wasn't. I mean, how can you say to somebody all of a sudden, her whole defense was, last time around, I had this fog. I have no idea what happened. And then yesterday she says, I felt the knife go into him and the gunshot came first. The fog was lifted.
Well, that's it. Maybe the fog lifted for her just in time to say whatever it was that she wanted to say, and perhaps make it like it was a situation where she could make more of a point and maybe make it look better for herself.
Are you satisfied with what happened here, the outcome?
I'm always satisfied. I'm not going to go back and second guess and wish and hope that it would be something else. It is what it is, and you do move on. You can't go back and think that you can change the past. You're not going to.
Did you have a rogue juror on this jury?
With regard to the jury, all I can say is that they were sworn in, they fulfilled their duties, and I will abide by their decision, which goes back to my previous answer. I'm not going to sit here and worry about it. It's done. It's time to move on.
You made moves at the end of the deliberations last time to try to get juror 17 removed, and you were unsuccessful. What are your thoughts on that?
Again, whatever was involved with the jurors is something that's in the past. I don't see any real value in rehashing something like that. It's those were issues perhaps that were presented to the judge, and there were rulings, and I will abide by whatever rulings are there and not go back and criticize any of it.
And one more question about 17. Was there a failure by your office to not better vet juror 17 in your opinion?
Again, there is a process that's in place. I'm satisfied with the process. I'm satisfied with what we did with regard to the process. And again, to go back and begin to second guess yourself is something that's not very productive. And it's not something that I do, whether you get the result that you want or not.
There's been some criticism about why we went back and retried this penalty phase. Why did you think it was important to do that? Was that your decision?
No, the decision to retry this case was ultimately Mr. Montgomery's. He's the one that made that decision.
Did you lobby for it?
Whatever was said and whatever was done, that's something that in my view, is something that should remain private. There's nothing that out there that says that I should keep it private, but whatever thoughts were shared, in my view, those should remain confidential.
Now, let me ask you this then now. Do you still believe it was a good move to retry her?
Well, obviously, given what the jury said, and it was an 11-1 for the death verdict, obviously there was merit in the position of going back and retrying it. If 11 of 12 people think that the death penalty is the appropriate sanction, obviously there is merit in going back.
So what you would say to taxpayers who may have said, okay, we spent probably another $1 million or plus on this retrial, your explanation to them about why it was justified was what?
Well, I don't know that that's what the price is, first of all.
Right.
I don't know how much money is involved. When I work or I come to work every day, I get the same amount of pay whether I'm there or I'm doing something else. So in those terms, it wasn't any more of an expenditure. I don't know what the amounts were that were spent for the defense, but whatever it was, when you stop and you think about it and you're looking for justice, what price are you going to put on it? I would look them all in the eye and say, what price would you put on justice? And it's an individual decision for them.
Well, I mean, this is a weird case, and I'm sure you've had some unusual cases. I mean, have you ever had a case where a defendant is convicted and then 20 minutes later gives a television interview?
This was an unusual case because of the defendant. I will agree with that. It appears that she used the camera and interviews as a way to try to somehow gain something. I'm not sure what she was attempting to gain with all the interviews that she gave. It started with the 2 interviews that she gave, one when she was in Wairika and the other one when she was in the jail here. So I don't really know what she was attempting to gain from it, but she certainly made herself available to the media, and that changed the complexion of the case.
Did it hurt her in the end?
Well, it depends, I guess, on who you ask. I know that she's convicted of the premeditated murder. So did that play any part in it? I don't know. It was the crime was so horrific in and of itself that I don't know what she could have done to either hurt herself or not hurt herself. So I don't know. I really don't know on that.
There are only now 2 women on death row in Arizona, and you put one of the women there.
Right.
Can you compare the 2 cases of Wendy Andriano and JODI Arias?
Well, they were both exceptionally violent. Both involved a supposed loved one. Miss Andriano was married to Joe Andriano at the time that she killed him. In this particular case, the Arias case, Miss Arias indicated her love for him in her writings, and even at trial indicated that she was in love with him. So there are similarities there, and there's also similarities in the amount of violence that was inflicted on the victim.
What do you think the difference was? I mean, how are you able to get death with Wendy Andriano and not with JODI Arias?
It just depends on what the jurors think. And in this particular case, 11 jurors thought that, for Miss Arias, thought that the death penalty was appropriate, whereas 12 jurors thought that the death penalty was appropriate for Wendy Andriano.
I sat in that trial for months, especially the first trial, not as much the second one. I was in there more sporadically, but the Alexander, especially the Alexander sisters, appear to be going through so much on a daily basis. Now, obviously, some days were harder than others for them, and you were with them basically every single day. Can you tell us what that was like?
Well, it was, on the one hand, it was an experience that I think we are going to look back on and say, I think we're better for it. I mean, and if you go through something like that, you create relationships. And so on the one,
explain that to me.
Well, you learn what makes them hurt, and you learn what upsets them, and that's something that brings you closer. So yes, I mean, there was that there is this sort of bonding that goes on, but you also see the suffering that goes on with them. And for them, it was, as they indicated to the judge yesterday, it was very difficult for them to hear that the defendant was saying that their brother was a pedophile, that he had this
attraction to young boys. They knew and still believe that it isn't true. Clearly, the evidence showed that it wasn't true. So that was very difficult. So some of the things were very difficult. That was probably the most difficult thing for them. I'm not speaking for them, but from my impression of what I saw, that's what I think. Also, the horrific nature of the murder, the seeing of the photographs, that was something that was very difficult for them.
So they would see the photographs, and oftentimes there'd be a recess. What was that like in that room that you had off to the side of the courtroom? What was the mood like in that room after some of the tougher days?
It would be somber, and it would be them attempting to deal with it. So they did the best they could.
I set out on a journey to create a product that would help people update their homes. As a single mother on a limited budget,
there were a lot of sidebars. I mean, sidebar after sidebar after sidebar. And can you tell us just, I know it's tough to generalize, but what were most of those discussions about?
It just depended, I guess, but a lot of them had to do with evidentiary issues, whether or not a certain question could be asked, or whether or not a certain document could be introduced, or whether or not a certain item could be viewed by the jury. So most of them were evidentiary in nature.
Were you going at it with Kirk Nurmi and Jennifer Wilmot up there?
I don't think I ever went at it with any of them. I think the sidebars will bear out what happened up when we were there.
What do you think about the job that Nurmi and Wilmot did with Arias?
That's up to them to decide what they thought, what kind of job they did. I'm not there to judge whether or not they did a good job, whether or not they were short in some areas. That's up to them to think about.
The one thing beside Jodi that made this case so different, and actually it's because of Jodi, but was the media attention. I'm not sure, I don't think Arizona's ever had something where it seemed like the attention of the world, a lot of it anyway, was focused on what happened in that courtroom on a daily basis, especially during the first trial. How does that impact what you do on a daily basis?
Well, I don't really think that it impacts me to a great degree, but it has, it makes it so that people know me much more. I'm recognized in a lot of places.
What's that like?
It's flattering. I mean, it's something that people come up to you and they recognize you, and
what do they say?
Just generally that they're happy to meet me, and I'm happy to meet them, and we generally talk about where they're from, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Have you given any thought to putting any of that celebrity to use?
I don't know if it's celebrity. I think it's just
notoriety.
A little bit of notoriety. I don't know putting it to use exactly. I don't know exactly how that would happen. I know
politics.
No, I don't know if that's,
Attorney General Martinez. You thought about that?
No, I have not thought about anything like that. That's not. You know, there are some people that serve the public in certain ways. For example, what you mentioned, governor, attorney general, and there are other people that serve the public a different way. This is my way of serving the public.
So nothing like that would ever enter your mind?
Hasn't entered my mind. I've been approached, but it's not something that enters my mind.
Right. Let's look back a little bit. Can you kind of tell the story of when did you first hear about this case, and when did you first know you're going to get it? And tell us the process of you getting the case.
The way it works, or the way it worked back then, is that there was a rotation basis and you were on call. And although I wasn't on call when this murder happened, I had been on call the night before, and I was called the next day after the body was found. And
so it's that fast. I mean, the police say, we've got a body, let's get the prosecutor on board right now.
Right.
And you're on call like a doctor or something?
Something like that. And on that particular day, I wasn't on call, but I had been on call the day before. And the issue was whether or not I was going to sort of take it or slough it off or say, hey, I'm really not on call. And I thought it was my responsibility, since they called me. I didn't want to put them to having to look at the list again and call the person that was next on the list. And so I just decided to take it.
Good call, in your opinion, in hindsight?
Obviously, every call that I make, I believe, is probably the right call. And I believe this was also the right call.
So this is the kind of thing, if you had it to do over again, you would?
Of course. Of course.
Without hesitating?
Right.
How much influence did the Alexander family have in having this retrial done, this penalty phase retrial?
We consulted with them, and they made sure that we understood what their views were. And after we consulted with them, the decision was made.
And they said they wanted it for sure.
Well, whatever was said there, that was,
Right.
if they want to talk about it, they can. My view is that those kinds of meetings are probably best left confidential. And there's nothing to say that they are, but it's just my view that whatever's said during those meetings is probably better left there.
The defense really made a big deal in this retrial about the computer. And
they made a big deal about a lot of things,
okay,
including the computer.
All right, well, let's talk about the computer for a second, if we can. So they basically threw out charges that somebody from your team was tampering with that computer.
I think you're maybe not being as harsh as they are. They actually made allegations that perhaps the prosecutor had tampered with this computer. So yeah, they made those allegations, and that's what they were, just allegations. As it turned out, and you saw, the computer was in their possession. Perhaps they should have looked at that.
Right. So your response to them basically saying, Juan Martinez, you tampered with evidence is?
The computer was not in our possession. It was in their possession. They were reviewing the evidence.
Why do you think they would make that allegation?
I don't know. You have to ask them. Obviously, they were wrong. There's no two ways about it. On that date, on that time, that computer was in the possession of defense counsel, not in our possession. And it was at the Mesa Police Department that they were looking at it. But myself, Detective Flores, were off to the side, and we're not going to meddle. We're not going to interfere with it. It's an absolute right the defendant has. And she can do whatever, through her lawyers, can do whatever she wants. And that's what they chose to do.
I never really understood why pornography in general seemed to be such an issue in the retrial.
I didn't either. I never thought that the idea that perhaps an individual may have looked at an image of a woman somehow made the murder okay. I just didn't see the importance of it either. But it's an issue that is raised, and it's an issue that needs to be dealt with. Just because it didn't seem to be important to me doesn't mean I shouldn't deal with it as forcefully as I could.
So you have another hearing in June on restitution.
Right.
What are you going to try to get? What are the Alexanders going to try to get from Jodi?
Just it's restitution allows victims to recover whatever expenses they've laid out throughout the course of the trial. So whatever economic losses they've suffered, that's what we're going to get.
What type of losses are we looking at for
travel to and from where they live, renting another place while they're here, that sort of thing.
And is there an amount that you've figured on yet?
There's an amount there, but amounts always change, and there may be more that is added on.
What is the amount right now?
That's sort of still being debated.
Okay, so that's not public record at this point?
It is not public record at this time.
Okay. Are we in excess of 6 figures? You say that?
I'm not going to discuss that.
Oh, okay.
No, because it's under sale.
Okay, great. All right, so now going forward, besides, let me ask you this though. I mean, do they hope to get this money? Where are they going to get it?
They're asking that there be an order out there. You never know what may happen down the road, and there may be a situation where she does come into some money and they would be entitled to it. It's not that they're being vindictive about it. It's money that they have spent so that they could come here and view and see what happened in their brother's case.
Is there going to be like forensic accounting done as a part of this? Because, you know, there are rumors all over the place, but I'd even heard some stuff from some fairly good sources that...
What are the sources?
I don't give up sources, you know that one. But I've heard from fairly good sources that, you know, there are people who are planning on giving Jodi substantial amounts of money for her defense. There's a man apparently back east who is terminally ill, may leave her his estate. I've heard things about that. Are you looking into that kind of stuff?
I've heard those things, and those are interesting things. You know, whether or not there's an investigation involving that, that's not something that I'm going to comment on. But I have heard those rumors also.
The sheriff's office was saying that they are getting ready to release, and they may have already this morning, so I haven't been paying too much attention, but a list of infractions and things that Jodi did while behind bars. Are you privy to that report?
No, I'm not privy to it. And one of the things that I did during the trial, I insulated myself from anything that was going on with the sheriff's office. My job was to present a case and have a jury decide whether or not death was the appropriate sentence, at least the retrial. So anything that was going on with the jail, that is something that others were dealing with.
Going forward now, one more question about restitution, if I could. Somebody had said that people who put money into Jodi's prison account, commissary account, that like 30% of that can go to the Alexanders. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's something that I don't become involved in.
Okay.
Once the case is finalized, now she's in prison, once that's done, my involvement is minimal at this point. The appeal, if there is one, which I believe it probably will be based on what the defense counsel said, that there is going to be an appeal, that's handled by the Attorney General's office, not our office.
So just because the defense wants an appeal doesn't mean they're going to get one, correct?
Well, these kinds of cases, if it goes to trial, which this case did, and the defendant wishes to appeal, yes, she gets to appeal, and there is a decision that's issued by the Court of Appeals as to the merits of their claim.
And then the Court of Appeals can then say, okay, you need to get a new trial, or we need to work on your sentence. What are the different avenues that the Court of Appeals can take?
The Court of Appeals can deny it and say, in total, and say, that's it. That's the end of it. There is no more relief that you are entitled to. And of course, they can say, no, there was error and it should be remanded for a new trial and do it again.
So if it does go to a retrial, what's your responsibility there?
Well, I don't know if I'm going to engage in a hypothetical where I would have to admit, sitting here, that perhaps I think that there's some error. I don't believe that there was any error that was committed, whether it was by the prosecution, the defense, or the judge.
If looking back on it, is there anything you do differently on this case?
I'm not sure that going back and thinking, I wish I could do this differently or that differently, first of all, accomplishes anything. But with the information that I had at the time, that's the decision that I made. So to sit back and think, well, maybe I'll do something different, that's not something that's productive. I had whatever information I had at the time, whatever information I had, I used it and I made the decision. And the decisions were all mine. There was no one else to either take the blame or take the credit. Those decisions were all mine.
When you were done for the day, I know you had to work probably until late, but did you go back and watch the late news? Did you watch HLN during this? Did you watch the media coverage?
I did not. It's interesting and it's entertaining and it serves a purpose. As you know, in the court hearings, I always was an advocate of allowing the media to be there. I think that there's something to be learned from seeing something that is happening as opposed to having you tell us what happened and showing us snippets. No,
I know what you're saying.
Obviously, different people see things differently, but if if the camera is rolling, if somebody, and I picked you because you're sitting across from me, if they can see what actually happened, then perhaps they can make up their mind. And it does increase the appreciation, I think, for the job, for example, that the jurors had to do. That was a huge undertaking for them to sit through this whole thing. Also, it takes temperament to be a judge. And, so it's stuff that is out there. It increases the community's learning of the process. And I think it's for I think the better of society, so that they don't have to guess. They know what's going to happen. And so I think coverage is good.
So it seemed like, though, this is just my opinion, watching it, as the case progressed, and especially once Jodi took the stand, there's just an overwhelming sea, especially with social media, of hatred towards her and the defense team. You don't think that impacted the case at all?
No, it didn't impact the case at all. Those jurors that were inside that courtroom did not see any of that. So
you believe that?
Oh yeah,
100%.
Sure, of course. I don't think that any of them saw or heard anything that was happening around them. So what difference does it make what's going on out there? Yes, perhaps people who disliked her. Well, what can I do about that? I mean, I can't change what she did. I can't change how she killed him, and I can't change the way she testified and the things that she said. So there are consequences to our actions, and if she's going to say certain things, people are going to think what they're going to think. So you can never try to have, you're never going to please everybody all the time. And if somebody has an opinion, even though it's negative towards you, well then that's their opinion and they're entitled to it. It's by and large, she fostered that sort of environment. I mean, I know that she interviewed with you immediately after the verdict came down. I mean, and said some of the things that she said, I mean, that are out there public. So she complains about it on the one hand, yet on the other side of her mouth, she attempts to use it. So I don't really see that there's much merit to that complaint.
How do you, a lot of people watching this might say, how do you keep that wall up? How do you not look over and just detest the defendant in the middle of the case?
Because I look at what they've done and I'm focused on what they did. I detest what they've done. It's horrific, as in this case, to stab an individual in the shower after they've engaged in what is presumably the most intimate thing that two human beings can engage in, and then follow him around the bathroom, stabbing him. And then as this individual is dying, because that's what's happening, he's bleeding out, he starts to crawl down the hallway. And then, as she said yesterday, he was still conscious. I don't know. How do you do that? So you look at that, and it's not that you focus on the individual, you focus on what they've done. And
so you hate the act. You don't hate Jodi Arias.
I don't have any. I never sit back and I think, oh, I have this feeling or that feeling for this defendant or that defendant. That's not something that I ever think about. I do think about what they did, and I think about what is the best way to present it.
When she got up on that stand in the first trial, were you thinking, oh, I've got her now?
I never think that, because I would be a fool if I thought that, because you never know what they're going to say. As you know, we don't get a chance to interview defendants. We don't know what the story they're going to come up with. And the same is true with her. I mean, the San Franciscan fog could have rolled in heavier or light. I mean, we don't know how light or heavy the fog is. I didn't know. So did I expect her to take the stand? Probably. I mean, I know that the pleadings indicated that she was going to claim self-defense, and the only way to do that is to take the stand and say, I was fearful.
Is it a surprise as she was testifying and she came up with this story, as she was telling it, was that the first you'd heard it?
Right, yeah.
And so on the fly, you're having to say, okay, she's saying that she ran up and she grabbed the gun off the top of this,
right.
the shelf. Now I got to figure out how to break that down.
All of that was new, sure. And that's why you have to think on your feet. And that's why you have to make a decision which way you're going to ask the questions, how you're going to ask the questions, whether or not you perhaps want to make the question a little bit louder so that she can hear the question better.
That's what you were doing, making sure she could hear you?
I wanted her to hear me. Yes, sure, absolutely. I didn't want her to have a problem with saying later, I didn't understand your question. I wanted to make sure she understood it, heard it.
I don't think anybody had any trouble hearing you.
Not even in the back?
Not even in the back. Okay. Not from where I was sitting. I wasn't all the way back, because I like to be close to the action.
There you go.
Anything you want to say?
No. Anything that I have to say was said in the courtroom, and anything I have to say was spoken by the jury's verdict. So I think that's all that needs to be said.
I think people might be surprised that you're kind of a soft-spoken guy.
Well, you know, everybody has different facets to them, and you can't. There are different roles that we play in life, and one of the things that I do, which is something that is my career, is I present cases at trial, and but in my private life, it's not like that.
Do you feel you're playing a role when you're in the courtroom?
I don't feel I'm playing a role. It's something I believe in, but it's different. It's a different set of factors out there, and there are different goals. When you're out there, you are attempting to show the jury, other people, what crime was committed and how this person is responsible for it. In a private setting, it's much more different. I'm not there to convince anybody of anything. I'm there just to get along, I guess.
You know, I think back on my role in this case, and I think about how so many things came together at one time that I don't know if I professionally will ever see anything like it again. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I do. I don't think that I have ever seen a case like this. I know that the O.J. Simpson case had a large amount of publicity, but there wasn't social media. And I think this case here, what's different about it is that social media became so involved. I think that that was probably surprising to all of us, how much interest people had in it. And so, yeah, I don't think I'll ever see anything like it.
Is it the first social media trial, maybe?
Perhaps it could be that. I don't know. But like I said, the amount of interest that people had in communicating about the case, and they had the means to do it and set out their opinions, whatever those opinions may be, I think is what set it apart.
When you got home last night and you knew that Jodi was in Perryville, was there a satisfaction?
Every time that a case is done, there's a satisfaction. It's a general satisfaction. It's not a specific satisfaction. Oh, she's now in this cell or anything like that. It's no, not like that at all. I think of other things.
Like what?
I don't know. Just whatever happens to be there.
So you just put this case away. 2 years of your life, you just kind of put away like that in minutes, in hours.
Well, I would say it's probably more than 2 years of my life, probably 7 since this happened back in 2008. So, and it's almost 7 years now. But it's not that you put it aside, but it's not that I sit and think about it. I just go and do other things that comprise my life.
So can we talk a little bit about your private life? What do you like to do?
You know, they call it private for a reason.
I'm not going to get anything. I'm not getting anything from this guy, am I? Do you have hobbies? You can tell us about your hobbies.
As I said, sure I have hobbies, but they call it private for a reason. And, you know, it's not something that I think should be shared. I mean, people do different things in their private life, and I'm no different than anybody else. So,
do you have any favorite restaurants downtown?
I have restaurants that I like more than others. Sure.
Are you willing to share those?
No, not really. No. Again, that's private. And
I think that's all we're getting, Juan. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Good talking
My
to you.
pleasure.
Well, there you go. Was he different than you thought he was going to be? Just curious for those that are still here and still awake. I didn't think he was that's exactly who I imagined he was going to be, or what he was going to be like. I think he's I think he's honest. I think he is sure of himself, which you would want if it's your family that has had a horrific or any kind of crime against them. If you would want the prosecutor to be very sure of what he is doing and how he's doing it. If you guys want to read Juan Martinez's book, it's called Conviction: The Untold Story of Putting Jodi Arias Behind Bars. If you don't feel like reading it, I did notice that on YouTube there's an audio book. So if you, I don't know, if you're driving to the store or you're cleaning your toilets and you want to listen to it, put it on, get some inside scoop of what all went down there. And other than that, you guys, I think that's all that I've got. I think this closes out the Jodi Arias case for us. Now to get it all into a playlist, and then we'll just start directing people over there. Thank you to everybody who showed up and showed out. I appreciate you guys so much. I appreciate the chat so much. I appreciate those that have come in and talked to us if they actually knew Travis Alexander, or actually knew Jodi Arias. He gave us a little insight into that. I appreciate those that have come in and really knew this case very, very well and gave us information on that. But most of all, I thank you, the ones that came in here and night after night kept this chat moving and having a great discussion. Hello, Wild Angel, about about this case, your interest in it. This is what keeps me going, really, is you guys. And I'm grateful. And listen, shout out to Jodi Arias. Thank you for your stupidity that created a great group of people that have come in here and kept me company over the last couple of weeks. All right, just as a reminder, if you have not got your vote in, look right down below from where you're sitting. The next case, there are 3 different cases on there. Get your vote in, because once I close this, that voting is over. Now, if you didn't get your vote in, if you're listening on replay to this, first of all, you're the true MVPs of the game tonight. Make sure you head over to the community page and you can vote there. The voting ends at 2 p.m. Today, actually, because it's already Saturday here. So voting ends today at 2 p.m. Head on over to the community page and do that. And then I will, at some point afterwards, make a community post about the next one that we're going to do and what the schedule is going to be for that one. MJD says, whenever you want to find a book and read it for free online, just Google the title with the PDF after it. Yeah, or like I said, if you just want to listen to it, there's a book reader on, just type it into your YouTube and somebody will read it for you. That's how I read Harry Mountbatten Windsor's book, Spare. I loved it so much. I want to punch him and his wife in his face, but that's for a whole different ballgame that I got going on. All right, guys, thank you so much for showing up and showing out. I appreciate you guys so much. And listen, I hope to see you at the next one. I hope I do. In the meantime, I do have some lives that we do during the day. So if you just start to missing me or Maggie, just go pull up one of our lives. I think you'll be very surprised at what you would find there, especially the first year that we were on. It's great stuff. Great stuff. All right, guys, y'all be good or be good at it. We'll see you next time on According to Leanie, guys. Bye.
Chicks and up on maybe cut.